I have a great idea, the pointy hair boss. He says, I have a great idea for a startup company. All I need is a seed investor and an engineer to do all the work. I believe the economic term for what you have is nothing, right? And that's essentially why we're here today. And yes, it's one thing to talk to a bunch of seed investors. It's another thing to actually, get the money, and another thing to deliver on the dreams that you have in building your company. So Techstart is a facilitator. We're not an incubator. We're not a true consultant per se. We actually embed ourselves into your company as a chief business officer. Because let's face it, a lot of you are engineers, and doing sales, marketing, business development, company build out, these are all aspects in the early days that you don't necessarily want to go and spend a lot of that hard money and cash on a burn rate for something that's very expensive. So we work on a contract basis to help companies who focus primarily on semiconductor, blockchain, consumer electronics markets. So anything that's hard, we are hardware related. There are a lot of other seed investors here that will focus on software. Some will have a specialty on fintech or some app. We focus more on the hardware side. This is the expertise of me and my partners. We're semiconductor people, so we have that background. And we've been doing this for quite a few years. The areas that we focus on, so startup corporate development, helping you as an entrepreneur get up and running at the pre-seed and seed level. And these are the different market segments that we're focusing on. As I mentioned earlier, investment consulting, business development, marketing, sales, and sometimes we will get into, on the seed side of things, pre-seed to seed, checks up to 100,000. Typically, we're around the 25 to 50. And we also negotiate some type of equity. And then there's some intellectual property that can be transferred. We also have access to a pool of semiconductor intellectual property. We've done some product development. This is in the blockchain, cryptocurrency, crypto mining space. Just happened to overhear somebody talking about that today and made a connection instantly. So my trip's been worth it already. Right, John? We are very focused on relationships. So a lot of us in our here at Techstart, we are a lot of gray hair or no hair. We have a lot of years of experience in building relationships through the industry for many years. And so this is something that younger entrepreneurs can help tap into to accelerate their time to market. So we have quite a few success stories. Many of these have been acquisitions. We did acquire one company ourselves, Heroics, and we're building our own AI chip as a result of that. So bottom line is we are an adventure capital firm. You're embarking on an adventure, and we're here to help make you successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, want to go next? Yep. All right, so we're going to go next with our keynote, Linus Liang, partner at Kyber Capital, who's an expert on AI, and he's going to talk about some of the exciting projects he's doing. And if you have time, if we have time when he's done, you can ask questions, and then we'll continue with the program.
Slides. Well, thank you everyone. Appreciate it. It's great to be here. Out of curiosity, how many people are founders? Oh wow. and how many people are investors? Okay, got it. Wow, very well. All right, so that's good. I had a talk for both founders and investors. I'll probably focus more on the founders. All right, let's get this way. All right, Great, perfect. So first, some background. We are, as you might have heard, we are a VC fund. We are $120 million, mainly investing in early stage companies, so pre-seed, seed, typically $500K for seed, and then $1 to $3 million for seed stage companies. I want to give a little background on myself before on the firm itself. We don't do a lot of deep tech investing or biotech or anything. We're generalists, so as long as there's a good founder, a good market, we tend to get very interested. As for myself, I grew up here in the Bay Area, about 20 minutes from here. Both my parents were in technology. I was very fortunate. I learned how to build computers, program computers, and grew up all around technology. I went to Berkeley to study computer science, and then I went just down the street at Stanford to originally go into academia, but after getting to Stanford, pretty much did what everyone else does, which was drop out and start a company. So I was an operator for 15 years. I built a lot of different companies, mostly the software space. My last company was a hardware company, which is still going around today. But after doing that for 15 years, as a lot of founders know, it's a lot of work, and wanted to go on the investment side. So 10 years ago, I joined a small early stage fund called Signia. We did a lot of cool investments. Our biggest one was we were the first investors in Cruise, a self-driving car company that you probably see around Palo Alto or San Francisco. And then a year ago, I started my own fund, Kybernetic Capital, which is a $120 million early stage fund. That's myself. And then in terms of today, what we're going to talk about is investing in technology, specifically generative AI, which I'm sure a lot of you are starting companies around. It's very exciting. But just to back up, I want to talk a little bit about the actual state of venture right now, which isn't great. This is the last quarter and previous quarter's trends. I don't know if it's hard to see, but basically the graph is going down. So investments into new stage, early stage companies, all-time low, as you guys probably know. It's the lowest this has been in 3 years. Just the way the world is right now, interest rates, the economy, it's not a great time. Last quarter was down 34% from the previous quarter, and if you actually take out the previous quarter, the two biggest fundings in the previous quarter, if you took that out, it would actually be flat, which is not great, but like I said, it is what it is. The interesting part though is that of those companies that were funded, 50% of those companies were in early stage AI companies, right? So the question is, why is there so much interest? I mean, I'm sure many of you know, it's mainly because it's the next platform that is emerging. I personally believe it's one of the next big platforms. But as VCs, we love new platforms. We love when they emerge and when there's new companies and opportunities that are created, because we make a lot of money, right? That's pretty simple. So you can think of the internet, you can think of mobile phones, you can think of the shift to cloud, and then now I really believe all this generative AI stuff is going to be a next computing platform. And they're rare. They don't come around every year, right? And so when the time comes, there's just a lot of interest. Why all this funding is going to these type of companies and nothing else, right? I mean, it's pretty hard to raise money if you're not a generative AI company. And personally, I do believe that we will see this as the next computing platform, which is why I spent the last 3 or 4 quarters going very deep in the space and investing in a lot of these type of companies. So just to set the stage of what I'm going to talk about today, I think there are 2 types of generative AI companies that are emerging right now. And the first one I call behavior-changing companies. And these are the companies that are fundamentally changing the way users behave, right? They change the way we interact with traditional software. And so this is the Midjourneys, the Stable Diffusions, those type of companies. I'm not sure, you probably are familiar with them, but I mean, just a year ago, I would never have imagined that you can create art by text, right? No, I mean, unless you're an artist and went to art school, there's no way I could draw something, right? I'm a terrible drawer. And now this opportunity is there for everybody, and it's incredible. And on top of that, these behavior-changing companies are really interesting in the sense that the incumbents, the big guys, the big players, the established 10-year-old, decade-old companies, they often don't understand these companies, they don't understand the users, or they just don't, they ignore it. And this gives startups the time it takes to refine the product, iterate, to gain market share, and eventually, hopefully, one day disrupt the companies. And so I think those are one category of companies that we're seeing emerge. The second set of companies that we're looking at a lot right now are what I call generative AI viable companies. So what I mean by this is, it's a little nuanced. So a year ago, 5 years ago, AI had this, what they called a long tail problem. So if you wanted to create a solution with AI, typically there's a lot of ways to do it, and you could get about like maybe 80% accurate on a specific problem. The long tail problem is that last 20% is very expensive to get to. So for example, I'm just making up the numbers here, but typically you invest maybe 10 million into a startup, that gets you 80%, and if you wanted to get to 90%, you would have to invest another 50 million on top of that, and to get to maybe the last 10% on top of that, it's like 150 million. So it's that long tail issue, which a lot of these companies didn't have the market to support. It's very hard to put $200 million out work into a company and have the economics work out that way. So basically, a lot of these companies never got funded, or these ideas never got funded, or was just too expensive to fund. A good example is, I mentioned that we were the first investor in Cruise. Back in 2012, when Kyle, the founder, came over to our office, he had the car pretty much built. It drove around our parking lot, it recognized trees, it recognized people, it was able to pretty much drive itself. But obviously, you probably don't want to get into a car that's 80% accurate, right? the repercussions are terrible. And to get to that last 100%, it's not even at 100%, even to get to the last 90%, 99%, it's taken billions and billions and billions of dollars to get there. And think about how many companies, where would that be justified to put in billions of dollars into a solution? Now, what we're seeing with generative AI, and I'll get into some examples later, those companies are finally viable because it brings the cost down of technology so cheaply that you can afford to invest in these opportunities. So, switching gears a little bit, I know there are a lot of founders in this room. So I want to talk a little bit about venture first, because I get this question all the time. When am I ready for VC? Should I raise VC money? Et cetera, et cetera. And the truth of the matter is, out of the 100 companies I see every week or whatever, 99% of those companies are really good companies, solid business models, solid traction, but they're not VC backable. And the reason is because the market is too small. And I want to highlight that aspect on how we evaluate companies. And the most important thing is the market. The market always wins. That's the first thing, that's the first task that we look at when we see a company. Is it a big enough market? And the reason is because the way venture works is we're high risk, high return business, as most of you know. So we have to make big bets that have big markets, and the market always wins. So just to highlight, if you have a good company, good market, then you make a lot of money. Even if you have a bad company, but a good market, you still make money. Twitter was a really good example of this. In the early stages of that company would go down, the servers would fail like daily, but the market demand was so strong that people still made money on that company, which was amazing. And obviously, if you have a bad company or a good company, whatever the market is, if it's a bad market, you lose money. So the market always wins. The rule of thumb is if you have $1 billion market or over $1 billion market, you are ready for VC. If you're not, then it's either angel or you bootstrap it yourself. Most of the time, though, you never know how big the market is. This is why my job is so hard. You never know really how big that market is. And so you usually go in that unknown area. So you raise a little from angels. So you prove out a little bit, you show some traction, you show that there are some inklings of a huge market, and then you go raise VC. But it's usually very hard to go straight to VC. I think that hopefully makes sense for a lot of you. And then I do want to talk a little bit about how we invest, right? And how we're thinking about investing. Every firm, every VC has a different framework, but generally it'll break down into these three categories. So it's the team, the traction, and the technology. And I think just to highlight on some of them, the team, I mean, it's obviously the driving force behind the company. We want to invest in good teams that can pivot, know when to pivot, have the grit, the tenacity, the ability to to overcome all the different challenges that may arise when you start a company. So that's pretty obvious. The traction, or the tech, if this is your IP, your algorithm, your business model, whatever that might be. But there has to be something behind that in terms of technology. And then finally, the traction. This is your users. This is your, I don't know, ARR. These are all different metrics. But in general, those are the three buckets that we will evaluate a company on. And just to highlight this, we'll rate these buckets on a scale of 1 to 10. And we'll score you. And if it meets a certain threshold, then we invest, right? So, if Mark Zuckerberg walked into this room right now and said, "Hey, Linus, I want to start a company," well, we probably give him a 10 out of 10 on the team, right? He has a wide network, proven himself as an entrepreneur, et cetera, et cetera. But his tech is probably nothing. He just came up with the idea and told me, and he has no traction, right? So maybe it's a 1 on team, 1 on tech and a 1 on traction. That add that up, it's 12, and maybe our bar to invest is at 10 or is 11, and then we make the investment. On the converse side, I've seen a lot of companies that have millions of users or just growing like crazy, and maybe an okay team and okay technology, but we still make the investment, right? So I think the takeaway for what I want founders to understand is you always have to be optimizing for those three buckets. And whatever is the easiest to optimize, you optimize it, and as you get better and better at it, the easier it becomes to raise. Okay, so now that we got and then obviously in early stage venture, the biggest thing is the team, because you usually have no traction or technology really proven out in the beginning stage. So for all the early stage founders there, or the people who just started companies, the easiest thing to optimize to get investment is bolstering the team. So people with subject matter expertise, people that are great engineers, et cetera, to get you that number up. And I'll talk about that a little bit later on the talk. So the first thing, switching gears back now to generative AI investing, it's really shifted the landscape, and it's also shifted how we evaluate companies, at least for early stage venture VCs like myself. And I would say the first biggest change is the fact that teams no longer need to be so big. So a year ago, 2 years ago, we loved when a team from Google or Facebook or some tech company left to start on some idea, because they really have the capabilities and some engineering talent to really create barriers of entry. But what we're learning and what we're seeing from all these generative AI technologies is that you really don't have to have a big team of engineers or marketing people or sales people or whatnot anymore. I'm specifically talking more about tech. And to highlight this, I'm an engineer myself. So I was a coder for maybe 6 years before I actually went and did startups and then eventually went to VC. But as a coder, I was never really that good. I'm an average coder at best, which is probably why it's better that I got out of that practice. But I've always worked with that 10x coder, and it's incredible to watch it work. Just out of curiosity, how many people are familiar with the 10x coder concept? A lot? Okay. Well, I'll explain it. So the concept and idea of the 10x coder is somebody that's 10x better than an average coder. And in most industries, that's really hard to be 10 times more productive than the person next to you, right? So if you're working in a fast food store or even retail or whatever, it's really hard to be 10 times better than the person next to you. But in engineering, that's actually possible. There's some people that are just that gifted that can be 10 times more efficient. And you always want to work with those people, right? Because they're the difference between your company being successful or not. And typically we're always looking for that as venture capitalists. But what happened was, and I've been playing around these technologies myself, is that these tools have enabled me to become that 10x coder. I am that much more productive when using it as an average coder. And the implications for that are a couple of things. So one, there's just you just need less people because you're that much more productive. And then on top of that, you can really create things so much quicker. So the money you need to invest to get to market, or the money you need to get to market, is that much lower. And I'm not the only one saying that. And I know it's hard to read, but there's some tweets. The first one in the middle is from the co-founder of DeepMind. He actually studied how much more productive you are using these generative tools like Copilot, X, or Replit, or some of these. And the numbers are staggering. It's like 50. I think it says 55% more more productive. And then the tweet on the far right is actually someone from Amazon who was head of global development or something, business development. And I'll just read it real quick. He says, something that took 50 engineers, 4 PMs, 1.5 designers, and 6 to 12 months to build can now be done by 2 people in a few days. And I know because I did this, I led the team that did this in 2018, and a 2-person company just pitched me today. So it's true. I mean, we're seeing that everywhere. And it's great for founders. I mean, the takeaway is that you really don't need that team from Google or Facebook anymore to start a company. And it opens it up. It opens the aperture of what you do and what you can build much wider. The second point, I think, the biggest shift is related to the first point, is if the tech barriers are coming down, where are you defensible now, right? It becomes that much more competitive. And there's a classic study from Harvard Business School that studied entrepreneurs and founders, and they found that a second-time founder is 2 times more likely to succeed than a first-time founder, which makes sense, right? You do it the second time around, you learn from your mistakes, you don't repeat them. My response to that study is that I think that's true, but I would say if you just singled out tech companies, it's probably even more. It's probably like 10 times more successful your second time around. And the reason I think is the reason I think you're more successful the second time around as a tech founder is because tech founders tend to come from an engineering background or a product background. And when you come from that background, and I'm an engineer myself, and I noticed that this was the first mistake I made when I started my first company, was we were too product-centric. Like, we were too focused on making a product and not enough focus on the go-to-market with the users. Now, the problem is with generative AI technologies, if there's no tech, which used to be a barrier, which used to give you that time to realize, oh, these are the mistakes I'm making, and then recuperate from that, there's no more time, because it's so easy to start a company over the weekend. So typically, when we look at companies now, as opposed to maybe 1 or 2 years ago, previously when we wanted to see a high ratio of engineers to like sales and go-to-market, which usually was maybe 80-20, right? The ratio of 80-20 to engineers to sales. Now, we like to see that flip. We'd like to see actually more sales, more people who understand go-to-market, because that is actually your new barrier to entry, where technology used to be the biggest barrier. So the final thing is, and this relates to a little bit of what I was talking about in the beginning, where the aperture of opportunities that you can create and start is just so much better right now, right? Because generative AI has solved that long tail for the AI models. And so we can invest in a lot more different industries, and I like to invest in a lot more different industries that are unsexy, fragmented, maybe ones that people don't know about, which is practically a wide variety of industries in America, by the way. They are now investable. And so, for example, I won't go into, I know we're short on time and we've got to go to Q&A, but I will go in the first example on the top right. We just invested in a lawn care company. So traditionally, lawn care is a very fragmented industry. It's in the billions, but it's regional, it's localized, and it's high labor costs. And previously, there was no way to actually create an autonomous mower. I mean, there was, but it wasn't very accurate. And it cost too much money to invest to create these type of technologies. We just invested in a company called Electric Sheep that has figured out how to do this, and they've only done it with a few engineers. And now they're already selling their motors out there, they're on the market, and they raised quite a bit of money. And the crazy part is, the margins on these businesses are so small, let's say 10% EBITDA a year, but when you take out, especially in businesses like this, when you take out the labor component, the margins drastically rise. And what you can do when you have high margins in a fragmented industry is roll it up like private equity. So it's almost like mini private equity and venture using technology, which is a very different business model than traditional venture or traditional private equity. And we can get into that. There's actually a really interesting case for the ambulance industry as well. but just moving on very quickly. So just to summarize, and then we have about 10 minutes for questions, but to summarize, here's what we like to invest in when looking at companies these days. So first, raising less than $1 million. Because I fundamentally believe you can get product market fit with less than $1 million these days. So typically, the second point, typically it's just like one engineer, one person with go-to-market experience. I really think you can find that very quickly, and you're able to prove product market fit. So again, emphasis on go-to-market. The go-to-market is so critical right now that if you don't have someone on the team that has that experience or the real authenticity to be building something in the space, I think as a founder, you need to find that person to build up that go-to-market experience. We don't want to invest in tourists that are just moonlighting in the space anymore, because those companies, they will get disrupted very quickly or get outcompeted very quickly. And then finally, we like these unsexy untapped markets. I mean, I've seen so many of these chatbots or customer service agents. Those are great, and there'll be a winner in that space. But I think, again, it's very hard to compete, and it's very hard to understand who will be that winner. So we try to stay off of that. So with that, I'll wrap up. Those are some of the highlights of what we are looking for right now. Okay, so should we open up to questions? How do we do the questions?
All right. Apologies for missing the beginning of the presentation, so maybe you already covered this. One of the things that gives me pause with generative AI companies is the lack of IP. They rely on typically large language models that behind people, and there is a risk that comes from that. And the risk is, when the prices jack up, when the company shut down, so on and so forth. So how do you take that into consideration, and what do you do to mitigate that?
Yeah. So a lot of the criticism about these companies that are playing the generative AI space is the defensibility, right? I mean, if you're just a wrapper or ChatGPT or GPT or Anthropic or Claude or one of these, right? Like, what is the defensibility? And I actually think that you're right, but I think that only affects later stage investors. So if I was a Series B, C, D investor and I had to put in $100 million to a company, there's a huge risk I can lose a lot of money, because the investments you usually make at that stage are these type of investments that are either infrastructure investments, or there's a huge market, and there's something that is attractive, but that makes the large players, the Googles, the Facebooks, Microsofts also attractive in that, right? Like Midjourney, right? I mean, there's a few different competitors to Midjourney, which are all using LLMs to just create art. So where's the differentiation? I do agree that's a risk. Where I play is early stage venture, and I have a small fund. I have only 120 million, which is relatively small relative to all the bigger funds there. So what I'm looking for, I don't mind companies that are wrappers over GPT, as long as there is a clear product market fit, and it's really, can you get to 10 million ARR in my investment? Because I'm not looking for multi-billion-dollar exits. I'm looking for $1 billion, right? Like, that's all I really need. If I can get, especially get in at a $10 million valuation or something, that's 100,000x possible from that investment. And so I actually like companies that are wrappers around some of these LLMs, because I'm not worried that they'll, like OpenAI, for example, will jack up the prices. If anything, they're actually bringing down prices, because now they can compete against Google, they can compete against Anthropic, and 5 other, LLMs that just got funded, on top of all open source stuff. So the costs are just going to go down, be it into what I think cloud has eventually settled in, right? Where it's just Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, and the prices, they're all competing with one another, all giving deals, but it's really enabled our startup companies to accelerate growth really quickly. And all I need for them to do is to get to 10 million ARR, you're a $100 million company, the market will value at that. If you get to 100 million, then you're a $1 billion company, and I think it's possible, and you're still under the radar. So I do think your question is valid for the late stage investors, but for us it doesn't matter. I actually had a whole section, given there are not a lot of investors in the room, I didn't want to talk about it, but I had a whole section on why I think a 3-person startup, a 4-person startup can get to that 100 million ARR very quickly using generative AI technology. So it's not that big of a concern, but obviously we want to see some barriers, right? So yeah, if it's another chatbot, it's just really hard to invest in that. But if you're investing in an ambulance company or a lawn care company, where there's only maybe 5 or 6 people in the world that know the people who buy the direct go-to-market channels, that is defensible. Go-to-market becomes very defensible. And then that was a long answer.
Any more questions?
I saw him first.
Hi, that was a great presentation. The question is more on this final slide. You have, I appreciate the investor's perspective. I'm a founder myself, and the point 2 is great, like have a small team, 1 person, 10x quarter, GTM focused, and my question is more on the first point. Raising less than $1 million to realize product market fit as a 1 person or 1-man army, is that a general rule of thumb? It has to be less than 1 million? Or, I mean, that's one question. The other one is, are you, this is based on a generative AI style concept, or is it like more generalized for marketplaces and other ideas out there?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So this is what we like to invest in, right? So I think there's no rule of thumb on how much you want to invest. I mean, obviously, if you have a strong team or strong technology or whatever, you can practically, especially if you get in bidding war, you can raise whatever you really want to raise at whatever valuation. Typically, this is what we're looking for, right? And the reason we're looking for that is because I've seen at least, let's say, the last 5 or 6 investments I've made have fit that profile, and they've all got meaningful revenue, and relative to where they are right now, like a couple months old. I do think they have a path to get to 10 million ARR without raising even more money, which is crazy, right? This is unheard of a year ago. So this is just what we like to invest in, and what I like to focus on. And to your second question on whether this is just generative AI, yeah, it's pretty much, because marketplaces are really hard, right? You mentioned marketplaces. We've looked at so many marketplaces. I mean, I've been investing for over a decade. I've seen probably every single marketplace you can think of. They're very hard to develop, and because you always have supplier demand build up, right? People start, and there's just all these issues. And unless you have competitive advantage, it's very hard. It costs a lot of money to invest, right? I mean, or to get that started. So you probably have to raise more than maybe like $5 million sometimes to start with marketplaces or direct-to-consumer companies. They take, I mean, the acquisition costs are so expensive. So it's yeah, you have to raise a lot more. But this is why I think all the funding has now gone to generative AI, right? That's my whole point. Is like what's shifting and where pieces are invested. It's so unattractive to a lot of these investors, and money is so constrained right now that they like to deploy on cheap deals, right? And that's probably where, if I was a founder, I'd probably focus on. I know I gotta go. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Linus, for a great overview of the market. And that does remind me that our next conference we're planning will be Silicon Valley AI Summit, since that is obviously the hot trend, and that will be sometime in the next 2 months, so look for that event. So we have 2 more sponsors we'd like to thank for today. Sebastian from the SBDC and Tech Futures, where are you? Did you want to say a few words? Yes, thank you. And also Sean Flynn, who's not here yet, I don't believe. He's with the SBDC as well. And the sponsors help underwrite this event so that we can provide you with this great environment. And after that, we'll have Dominique Passler, and then we'll talk about the NAPS.
That's a big crowd. Is there like the other room is also busy? Wow. So that's a successful event. Even after at the graph going down, when I see you guys here, not right now, not for me. The AI event is full. You saw Dreamforce, you saw what happened with SaaSTR. These are full events. On the early stage, I see a lot of things happening, and definitely with AI, which is going to drive blockchain again, a lot of things for you, available for you, and a lot of, in fact, facilitators. We saw Art Howard. I see a lot of familiar faces. So thank you also for being here. I work with Ava. I've been working with Ava for like 10 years. We do a lot of events together. And she was talking about Silicon Valley AI event. we're working on Silicon Valley at CES event together, so that's a big one, and it's promising that to be a very important show. They expect 130,000 attendees, a little less than when it was at the peak. It was at 180, but 130,000 is the biggest show in the world. So just for you to know, it's happening. The graph is there, but on the ground I see a lot of other things. So I'm Sebastian Thorpe, President of EAC, European American Enterprise Council. So EAC is first known for working with Europe, with the EU on funding, helping foreigners coming into the US, foreigners from the EU and what they call associated countries, coming to the US and building programs that are made available for free for them. So how many foreigners do we have in the room? Okay, so anything that comes from outside the US, you have a lot of programs like us, and if you are part of EU associated countries to EU, and UK came back to Horizon Europe, you're definitely at the right place. We'd be happy to talk to you about all those free services. What happened is we've been missioned to build a network of research universities in the US, 35 research universities working together to propose their incubation network and program for EU entrepreneurs. So any stage, in fact, it's early stage all the way to SMEs. So they would use the universities because they are in research and they are usually deep tech. So that's what we're focusing on. But also, we are working with California, with SBDC, so SBC North California, with short film was supposed to be here, and helping the Californian companies in their financing, dilutive and non-dilutive, and also on their business development and corporate development efforts. So what does that mean? Going back to what we do at CES, we have a special program for CES, which includes, in fact, the Silicon Valley Funding Summit, where we take you guys to CES, paid by SBDC. So when we say SBDC, you know what it is, because it's kind of those acronym, Small Business Development Center. So funded by SBA, Small Business Administration. So there are 1,000 SBDCs in the US. I represent SBDC Tech Future Group that we have in Northern California. We have also SBDC in Silicon Valley, which is based in San Jose State University. We are based at Humboldt, Cal Poly. So there's always a connection with the university. And so we have a special program for CES. If you come to me, I would take you to the link. You just have to apply. These are competitive programs, but at the end they are free. And so we have a very, very thorough program to take you to CES. And when you're there, we take you to the Silicon Valley Summit. We take you to all the booths you need to go to. We do tours of CES and all of that for 4 days. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you. It's fun to be here. It's exciting coming back. And if you have any questions, I'm here. Thank you, and thank you again.
And this is Dominique Passler from IDEO Red 1.
Okay, just a remote. It's working. So hi everyone, Angelo Sahaba, thank you for this great organization. So I am Dominic Passler, I'm general partner of ICO Venture Builder Fund. So we are a venture builder in America called also Startup Studio, and recently in the beginning of the year we structured our first investment vehicle in Luxembourg. So how do we do? So basically we are the kind of a venture builder which is building startup by ourselves mostly. So we have a team of 100+ people, and with a 5-stage model we will bring companies from idea to real business on the market. We have a proven track record of over 40 companies that we have created in the last years. I will explain you the model later also in more details. So our focus, we are focused, we have some similarities by the way with Howard that spoke here before, but we are focused on software companies. And in the software companies, the 3 main industries which we are speaking about are fintechs, big data, and all around Web 3.0. I would say our sweet spot is Web 3.0 fintechs, but we recently also started health tech. So yeah, going next. Our story, like how we came to the day that we structured the fund. So we basically started 12 years ago as a software house. So we had a lot of smaller companies, but also some big companies coming to us asking for their technological product. But with the demand from the market, and what we could see more and more is that these companies, they didn't only needed the software, the technology part. They needed sales, they needed marketing, they needed PR, HR. So this is how we acquired more and more people into our team. And this is how, back a few years ago, we started with our internal investment vehicle, and we started to be a proper venture builder, but self-funded by that time. And this is what we have done for the last few years. And yeah, this year, 2023, we structured our first fund with a capitalization of $50 million in Luxembourg. And yeah, did it just to scale our operation to do more of the startups we have been doing so far. So yeah, nowadays, as I told you before, we are 100 and counting when it comes to the number of people in our team. We are a 100% remotely company, and we started this before COVID. So COVID was not a problem for us. We started this way before. And so we have people from 12 different countries, but the main countries where we are operating, where I came from today, is Poland, United Kingdom, and Luxembourg when it comes to the financial part. So jumping into our model, what I told you before, so this is our 5 stages model. So we start with ideation, where we really see and try to find the idea, either way with deep scope research, but we also ask founders to come to us. Of course, we are speaking here only about founders before seed stage. Then we go into the verification phase, where we learn about the market, where we think about the exact product, where we start to speak with some customers. And the next stage will be the creation phase. So this is really the stage where we will create our MVP. We have to have paying customers, and we will start the first recruitment from outside of our company for this particular startup. So to make our decisions as good as possible, we are having investment committees after each stage of the model. Yes, so not only internal, general partners and managing partners, but we also have external advisors. And then after this 3-stage model, we are going into the spin-out phase. So this is the moment when it's becoming a separate entity. This is the moment where we are putting a roughly 500K ticket into the startup, and when it's flying out of our home. So a bit to the numbers when it comes to the venture builders. Before the numbers, just a quick comparison between us. Some venture capitals will say they don't like us. I don't know why it is. We are trying to make a good job and prepare the company as much as possible for this company to go to venture capitals, to external investors. The difference in our approach, of course, is the stake is pre-seed, because we act as the initial founder. We act as the tech and the marketing, the growth strategy, and we bring capital before the seed stage. Yeah. So comparing now in numbers these 2 models. So this one I actually like the most. The statistic from GSSN. The most that I like is the months from 0 to seed. So timing is everything, especially in our industry. And yeah, the most important for us is that we can create a startup from 0 to seed in 10 months, comparing traditional startup 36 months. Okay, I have to stop. I will just finish with this one. Sorry. Comparing the HIMSS case, it's a startup known in America. So Atomic was the venture builder creating the startup. Forerunner was the venture capital investing into it. And if you compare their investment tickets, it's a difference on the multiple of return of 150x for Atomic venture builder, for 222x for Forerunner. Okay, my time is up. So thank you so much. I will be later there, so you can speak with me. Thanks.
Thank you, and we're excited to have an investment firm here that he will have a table there. You can learn more about both investment opportunities as well as startups looking for investors. I do want to mention there are 2. We are going to ask our investors to first stand up, introduce themselves. Sorry, investors. And many of them have been many of our events, and we're delighted to have them. I think Stratos and Aaron have been here for years, practically live here now, so thank you so much. And some of you are new investors. And that's what's fun about our events, since we do them every month. We're constantly getting new investors in town. So the investors are going to say who they are, what markets they're investing in, what amounts they usually invest in and the best way to reach them. So they're not going to say very much right now, but you'll learn more about them as they ask questions to the panelists. So we'll start with Dominique.
Once again, I just spoke to you, so yeah, Dominic Pastor, ICO Venture Builder Fund, here to answer any questions.
Yeah, good afternoon. I see lots of familiar faces. Look forward to meeting some new ones. My name is Aaron Rose, an angel investor under the name GT Ventures. Been doing this for 30 years. Made my first investment in 1993 in the dot-com space. Rode that wave. The ups and downs, mobile technology. But fast forward 30 years, my focus now is in climate technology and resiliency, defense technology, looking at AI as well. The size of the checks I write is really starting at about 150,000 is the smallest, but prepared for down rounds in the 7 digits. Best way to reach me is on LinkedIn.
Hi everyone, my name is Adri Meladi. I'm part of the investment team at the Samsung Catalyst Fund. The fund invests in semiconductor technologies, deep tech in general. Been in existence for around 10 years, and we're aligned with Samsung Electronics business units when it comes to investment alignment. Best way to reach me is on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Stratos Davlos, Midline Ventures co-founder and CEO. We average about $300,000 in early stage seed-level startups. Our thesis is primarily software and AI-centric startups. You can reach me at LinkedIn. Good luck, everybody.
My name is Victor Sandy-Santi. I've been to this group several times, and I represent the Silicon Valley Venture Capital Roundtable, and I've been in AI since the 80s. As a matter of fact, with Professor John Kuntz of Stanford University. So I've been around AI for many, many years. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, my name is Cal Sandhu. I'm like Victor from Silicon Valley Roundtable, an independent investor, small group of folks who invest in startups, invested in companies which deal with rehab in the health industry, and also gene therapy. So, and we are always open to any startups which are a little different. Cal Sandhu, thank you.
My name is Hermann Schindler from Scalator Ventures. My first project in AI was 1997 when I invented a statistics method, and then made a career in different areas like IBM, and moved out into venturing and also investing, and then was hired by a big corporate, and then we spun out Scalator Ventures again. And now we focus on automotive in-cabin. Everything which is coming forward in 2 years, or already what you can see now in CS. And that a car will be a rolling big screen with a lot of sensors inside, and it needs a lot of AI, from generative AI to anything else. Second topic is health tech, fit tech, which we have smaller ventures in. And we invest and we build in that sector, a kind of combination of VC and also venture builder.
Hi, my name is Vishal Arora. I represent this VC fund called Pan Cosmic Capital. It's an early stage venture capital fund with a focus on B2B tech startups. And there are 8 different areas in B2B enterprise we're investing in: AI, big data, enterprise SaaS, IT infrastructure, cybersecurity, fintech, mobility, and IoT spaces. And we're actually doing investments across multiple ecosystems in the world with the same fund structure, US being the primary focus, but we're also investing in Europe and Asia. Series A investments, $2.5 million check sizes at the seed stage, and about $5 to $6 million check sizes at the Series A, with potential to follow on as well. And would love to network with all of you, and thank you, Zahara, for inviting me at the conference.
Thank you, and I'm glad about we have half new investors and half seasoned investors, so this is great. Barbara is all ready to go.
I'm Barbara Barkley, and I'm the CEO of Somalytics. We're a deep tech spinoff from the University of Washington, and Longview Innovation. And we're 2 years old. We have 7 patent families in 30 countries, and we think we're going to build a $1 billion company. I'll share our product plans today, but first I'm going to talk very briefly about the technology that underlies it, which is the source of all of our IPs. And that technology leads into human-machine interaction, eye tracking, human health monitoring, and a lot more after that. We are going to bring digital, better sense to the digital world through a single sensor, which if you can see it up there, is a paper capacitive sensor made with nano-infused paper. So if you're familiar with most capacitive sensors, they'll be your touch screen, you're probably familiar with proximity sensors, which are in bathrooms. This sensor has the ability to do many different things, including both of those functions, but it can also detect eye movements, the flow of blood underneath the skin, and it's highly sensitive to the skin. The conductive carbon nanotubes essentially make it conductive as a concept. The processing, if you look at the fibrous edges of that sensor, is such that we wet it and tear it. And once we do that, it has a very high aspect ratio on the perimeter of that sensor, kind of like an antenna in New York City that attracts lightning. And that is what makes it more sensitive. There's lots of markets that we could go into, and what we've decided to do initially is to focus on a single market where there's no competition or very little, where we can do it and nobody else can, where we have domain expertise, and where there's a great human need. Probably everybody here knows that there's a human US crisis in sleep, but probably what you don't know is that, I don't know, we did a survey of 500 consumers and found that almost every single one of them had had their sleep disrupted in the last week, once or more. And while it seems like it's a little bit of a, problem, what most people don't know is that it's much more serious than fatigue. So for example, did you know that chronic sleep deprivation is associated with heart disease, kidney disease, high blood pressure, and stroke? Poor sleep can be the outcome of a disease that is already in progress in your body. An example would be Parkinson's. Medications like antidepressants, which are commonly prescribed when you have a stroke or a concussion, are sleep disruptors. But by the way, stroke and concussions are sleep disruptors. Nobody's paying attention because nobody knows. And you can't tell from the sleep devices that you have because most of us, we have some kind of a wearable if we're wearing anything at all, and you wake up and you feel like crap, and it's like, oh yeah, you slept 8 hours. But you didn't. What you did is you were probably very still trying to sleep, and your heart rate dropped. But in order to really help people manage themselves at home, you have to know, when did the rapid eye movements start? How long did it last? How dense were those eye movements? And that is not possible today. If you go to a sleep center because you're really having problems and your spouse is like, we're getting a divorce if you don't stop, it's a terrible experience. 22 sensors on your body, it's really hard to sleep. And I can tell you, I have a husband like that, and he's never going, okay? Even though he has every device in the book and he snores every night. But, oops, now it's ruining it again. But the thing about it is that he might wear a sleep mask that tracks the eye movements at home in a very simple manner, and note that it doesn't necessarily cover your eyes. Not everybody wants to have their eyes covered. But that particular device will categorize your sleep stages and identify risk factors for you, which are related to published information on Parkinson's, glaucoma, sleep apnea, narcolepsy, stroke. Sleep problems can obviously be very simple, like drinking too much at night, or you shouldn't use your phone, but they can be harbingers of pending disease as well. Competition, yes. If I have $195 and that's all I have, I might buy a sleep massage mask or something like that. But those are typically sleep aids, and this is a sleep solution. Meaning, I want to know what is happening exactly and what it might mean so that I can do something about it at home if possible and have control over my own health. Part of that is that today people don't have that kind of control and they're not going in and these things aren't getting diagnosed. We call it a predictive risk product because it is ability to tell you what might happen and give you the tools to do something about it. But it doesn't end there because we have a portfolio plan, possibly even more exciting when you put a mattress pad together that actually passively tracks blood pressure. Look it up, it's not possible to do today. And when you can track blood pressure at night together with eye movement, it's essentially like a polysomnography, but without all the annoyance. People like us would do it. And that means you can take your data to the doctor when it's not something that's expected. But now I have to go on to one more topic which seems unrelated, is that exact same sensor, one sensor to do it all in all these industries, also has multiple functions. So over to the side, while we're focused on sleep, we're working with multiple companies with over $5 billion in revenue because we're the only company that I know of that allows you to create a sensor that is both a capacitive touch and a proximity detection and pressure. And if in the automotive industry somebody was talking about, half the time it doesn't work because it doesn't deal well with proximity. These are just a summary of how we compare with capacitive touch, which you know from your phone, versus proximity. And those products are expected to come to market in 2025. We're asking for $5.2 million. We've already raised 2.9, and this is to take the product, sleep mask, to market. We have conservative revenue estimates of $10 million and possibly a little bit more in 2026, $30 million in 2027. It doesn't include any of the HMI revenue, which is one of them hits, it'll basically double that revenue overnight. This is just a quick summary. We were launched at the CES show. We won an award there for our prototype sleep mask. We'll have fully automated sensor manufacturing in Redmond. And we've already won 4 awards. And yes, our team really does matter. I know you only need a couple of people, but when you have hard technology like this, I have a background in eye tracking. I worked for Toby as a general manager for North America for 6 years. And then we have an ongoing partnership with UW. But most importantly, we have a team of 6 that actually like going to work. And that's why we're going to be successful. Thanks.
This is a great market. I love it. The question I have for you is your NRE behind you, or do you need to invest more money to wrap up the form factor and the efficacy of the sensor? Do you have more research and development ahead of you?
We already have some of that, but for the sleep mask, in fact, what we're really doing is we already know what we need to do to get it to market. We don't need non-recurring engineering. What we will ultimately need, because we're planning to private label it, is people who will take it to market on our behalf, which we would do if we had to, but we prefer not to, because we have a lot of other products after this.
Any patents on this product?
So, 7 patents pending in 30 countries with a strategic patent portfolio, mostly in Asia and Europe. And they cover eye tracking, sensor manufacturing, the wetting of the paper, the fracturing of the paper, liquid measurement, and solid measurement, and electronics.
Both work now. If you could go back maybe to the slide of now, to the slide of how do you want to spend the amount you are looking for. Exactly. So if you could tell us a bit more about that, like why exactly into this field?
So, I mean, the business development and marketing, that's also my background, besides eye tracking for 15 years. That's basically to do business development and update the website and have marketing to build followers, essentially. On the manufacturing side, part of it is $700,000 of this to fully automate the sensor manufacture, which by the way takes up 5 meters by 2 meters by half a meter to make 10 million a year. And that's partially automated now. And then the product development is really to build and finalize and do the testing for the sleep mask with the eye tracking embedded, the app, and then a capacitive biosensor, digital biosignal platform, which will be the first of its kind, because it'll have not only eye tracking and heart rate, but also blood pressure. Eventually, you wear a pair of glasses around like this, and it'll tell you that there's other stuff. Actually a substitute / replacement / it has a long perspective on that, and I can't fit it all in the presentation now.
Next we have Jeff Kenny of Paradax.
Welcome to the next level in golf, the Paradax A I1 All-in-One. It might look like a separate golf bag riding on a golf cart, but there's a revolution hidden inside. With a few strokes, this standard-looking golf bag transforms into a fully functioning 3-wheel cart. Walk or ride, the Paradax A I1 is always ready. Experience the quality today. Carry less, play more. Weighing in at 6 pounds less than the average cart by itself, the Paradax A I1 simplifies your golf journey. Stand out from the crowd. Paradax offers custom colors, logos, and players named for school teams or country clubs. The Paradax AI1, transforming the game, one golfer at a time. Visit paradaxgolf.com today.
Okay, thank you. Now what do I talk about for 7 minutes? So basically, I'm happy to be, after all of the talk of AI and this high-tech stuff and everything that's going on, this is as low-tech as we can possibly go. So Hava said, don't worry, show up, it'll work out. So basically, you can see, it's pretty simple to understand. It's just a good-looking golf bag, and you can actually just place it on the back of a riding cart and use it as normal. If you decide to walk, you pull the wheels out. You don't have to carry that big 24-pound, bulky, collapsible cart in your trunk or your garage. Like this image that we had made by AI, it's kind of fun. It just said, show us a trunk of a car with a bunch of junk in it. Golf-related stuff, so pretty cool technology. The most high-tech part of this will be in about 6 months. We will be adding in this front pocket, which is designed for ice and refreshments at the moment. We will be putting in a battery and a little motor head so we can walk behind the unit with a remote control so you don't have to push the cart. Although it obviously pushes quite easily, but those electric carts are getting to be very popular, so we'll make sure each one of these units is backwards compatible as it moves forward. So the current solution is typically on the left, about 24 pounds. It's kind of a big box that you have to carry with you. You really wouldn't carry it on an airline with you. Very difficult for the teams that travel. There were 10 teams that came to Fresno and played against Our Ladies last summer, and about 20 of the girls didn't have carts with them, so they had to carry the bag. The first day was 8 hours, 2 rounds of golf. So obviously those ladies did not do very well compared to those that would have had a unit like the Paradax, where the cart is built in, they bring it with them. You never know if you're going to walk or ride half the time, so it took about 12 seconds to set up, and you're ready to go. So you add that weight, and that weight, and that weight, you're about 34 pounds. This weighs about 18. So a lot of advantages, have all the full functionality. Of course, competition, the one on the left, is really the competition. The one in the middle, kind of a bit of a plane crash, pardon the sales. The one on the right, Sun Mountain is a very popular brand, but they actually have abandoned the patent. They realized when they came up with the idea that they wanted to be able to sit on their bag, after setting it up, they added about 12 more pounds of aluminum and bulk and weight, and it just was not practical anymore. So one of the kind of cool features you probably, hopefully noticed, is that our front wheel actually comes out of the front of the bag, and the two larger wheels fit inside pockets. So it's really compact. Looks kind of like a standard golf bag. I'm on my 4th trip to Southeast Asia, mainly Vietnam. Took about 50 factories, narrowed them down to the final 2 that we will be moving forward with. Partly due to COVID as well, but the golf industry has experienced a really nice rise over the last few years, and we're looking to take advantage of that. So these are kind of the 3 different positions of the bag. We feel like this is a great solution. Our first show was this last January. It's called the PGA show. They have it every year in Orlando. It's about 40,000 people. If you make a living in golf, you can attend the show. And we won the Pinnacle Award, known as the Best in Show, at the Inventors Forum, so that was quite exciting. We've got the LLC professional website. Yeah, so we're going after the patents currently, multiple prototypes. This is really about the 10th iteration. So we're working with a lot of great engineering firms. TACO there is the largest 17 companies under one umbrella in Vietnam. They build Kias, they build BMWs. They're really a great company. They're one that will be doing all of our plastic and aluminum manufacturing. Global Sports will be doing the bag stitching. They do a lot of bags for Titleist and other big brands in Vietnam. So there's some things. Spark Design has been around about 40 years in the companies. Many products, so whoever invests with us, we also have short shirts, pullovers, hats, and umbrellas. We've got a really unique umbrella holder that I think is going to be very revolutionary. That will be ready within the next few months. It will be all kind of part of the package. So rather than doing a small investment, we're looking for a partner. We want somebody to help us take it all the way. Probably $1 million for marketing, just to really get a non-tech, non-AI product really launched and running across the U.S. So we're looking for a total of $3 million. It can either be through a royalty or through equity. And we really believe that that's going to, within the next 18 months, we should be able to get to the point of profitability. We've already signed contracts with a recent bridge loan, where we have the injection molds and the aluminum bending equipment is already proceeding. So in November, I'll be back in Vietnam to look at the first samples. End of the year, we'll have our first 200 bags on the water, and we'll be ready to launch. That's the last slide. I have another. It's the video, so there you go. So if you have any questions, I would appreciate it. If you wasn't having any yet, so that's good.
Well, I am not a golfer, but I can appreciate the business of golf. And so a couple of questions. One question about golf. Is your sales strategy direct to consumer? Or are you trying to get this into the golf stores? And then,
consumer to begin with. It's one of those things where we have early opportunities to get into stores like Dick's Sporting Goods. The last thing you want to do is get there too early, because the person working in the golf department at Dick's is not going to give a demo. It's just going to sit there and look like a golf bag. So we have to make sure that people are coming into Dick's Sporting Goods saying, hey, you guys carry the Paradox. So definitely the direct-to-consumer is the the first thing. We have met a lot of distributors at PPA show already in other countries that want to carry the product. 5 different distributors in the US that want to carry it along with their other automated cart products because of the uniqueness. So we think that's going to be the ticket. And then once the name builds and people understand there's a golf bag with a cart built inside, and they start asking around about it, you know, they'll go to Walmart, they'll go to, we'll be in their marketplace fairly soon. We'll be at Dick's Sporting Goods and Global and others shortly after.
Son, 2 quick follow-up questions. What's your price point and what's your profit margin? And then why an LLC?
He just dropped the mic. Oh, you're asking me. What is the LLC? Why the LLC? Yeah. I think it was it was a bit of a time crunch to get done before we could sign contracts with the Vietnamese factory, so it was kind of the most expeditious way to form an organization. Our focus was get this right. We probably did a couple things out of sequence that we would have done S Corp or something else. Oh, and the other one. So our landing cost is going to be just under $150. So we're kind of back to old school where we can literally double that for wholesale, double again for retail. So we're looking at a $600 to $649 retail. Realistically, $600 sales price, which will be great margins for direct to consumer. If we partially go the Amazon route for fulfillment, that's about a 15% ticket, but includes shipping and follow-up and returns. And so that's one of the other things that we would probably consider as well. But so far, double the wholesale, double the retail.
Any more questions from the other investors? All right. Well, thank you very much. Great presentation.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Sophie from Adria.
Hi everybody, I'm Sophie, CEO and co-founder of Adrio. Adrio is actually a 5-year-old tech startup in its growth stage, but today I'm going to pitch our new product, Adgen AI, which is a revolutionary ad content creation SaaS using generative AI. We built this for marketers of e-commerce agencies and small to large sized businesses who have to generate hundreds of ads every month, or even every day in some cases. With Adgen AI, we pioneer a new category, programmatic creatives at scale, with its powerful technology that can generate and publish ads to multiple platforms. So if you're a marketer, how many of you are marketers? Oh, some, okay, thank you. And if you have ever been a marketer, you know how long it takes to generate ads and publish them to multiple platforms. And a lot of our clients who are marketers, they find it really challenging to design ad creatives or multi-channel guidelines and publish them all individually. And A/B testing is sometimes just impossible. So here's a solution that we offer. We automate the entire ad generation process, first by extracting necessary information from a simple product or service website URL. And we generate ads perfectly tailored for each product and platform and audience. And Adgen AI is not just another image generator. It's a really practical tool that lets marketers publish ads to platforms like Meta and Google. Can someone click that? I'm not sure I can do that. Yeah, here's a 40-second video. Is it not working? All right, you can watch the video on adgenai.com. I just earned 40 additional seconds. So what sets us apart is our holistic approach. As I said, it's not just another image or a copy generator, nor just a template provider. We handpick the right technologies and combine them in our own way so that we have the tool that can actually help marketers throughout the entire ad generation process. Our proprietary suite of algorithms gives us an edge over other conventional ChatGPT apps by integrating a diverse array of AI models. And our beta testers are super happy with it. For example, a marketer from Cirque du Soleil, the circus brand that you all know, he said it's super inspiring and he would use it every day once it comes out in the market. So that's why we stand out as the only tool that can actually do everything that marketers need, including the publishing and testing part. We streamline the whole process, and we're the only tool who can do that. And as I told you, Edge and AI is our new baby, and we have a bigger family. Our dashboard product, Edgeo BI, is the thing that you will find. If you go to edgeo.com, it's our main business. It's already generating 1.4 million ARR. And thanks to this dashboard, we have aggregated a lot of clients' ad creative data, which enabled us to build what we call the Edgeo Ad Creative Bank, containing 30 million ad creative assets with its performance data. And obviously, Edge and AI can use this to fine-tune the model in order to improve the performance. So our ambition is huge. From Edgeo BI to Edge and AI, and later with Ad Optimize, we want to create a fully automated marketing agency powered by artificial intelligence. And while Edgeo BI's average customer value is around $7,000 per year, we anticipate that Edge and AI will have a lot lower barriers to entry. With this freemium model, we want to acquire a huge user base of 1 million marketers around the globe. So our goal, getting Edge and AI to every marketer out there, all shapes and sizes, starting free and letting them see its value. That's our GTM. And we already have a huge attention from big players like Samsung Electronics. We're having a demo with them, with the headquarters in South Korea. We're super excited. The deal, we've so far raised $17 million over the last 5 years. And next year, we aim to raise around 20 million, which will mainly be used in talent acquisition and marketing, so that Edge and AI can grow super fast and we become a true dominant player in the field of generating AI applications specialized in digital ads. So we are not really in a rush for cash. We really want to move fast. That's why we're raising next year, because financially, we are robust. This year, our expected revenue is around $3 million with 1.6 million ARR from our SaaS products. And by 2025, we'll be able to reach 10 million ARR, and we're super cost effective. Our runway currently is 32 months, so our upcoming fundraising is not about survival, it's really about growth. Achievements. We're working with some big names like Nike, L'Oreal, LG, Chanel, Cirque du Soleil, etc. And we're also official partners of major platforms like Meta and Google. Lastly, the team. Myself and my co-founder, Dr. Olivier Duchesne, he's French, got his PhD from Venice and he did his postdoc at Carnegie Mellon University, did computer vision and pattern recognition, machine learning, and we have a team of 70 people, 70, located in Austin, St. Petersburg, Atlanta, Seoul, London, Paris, and even Austria. So truly international and diverse team of professionals. Super proud of my team. That's all about Edgeo and Edge and AI. So I have a lot of asks. We're hiring, we're partnering, we're looking for our potential customers. Anyone who wants to try Edge and AI for free, you're welcome to do so. And also funding. We're not quite at the seed stage, but if you're interested in talking with us, I'll be really glad to do so. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for taking questions. Thank you. Also, I'm here with Jenna, our Director of Customer Success. Jenna, here, yeah, she's awesome. She came all the way from Florida to attend the event, so she'll be around for the demo, etc.
Hey, sorry, I had a question. It's too loud. Related to how the technology piece, is it something, is the solution primarily focused on workflow automation from content creation to testing it out with a bunch of audience and then publishing it via DSP or an SSP, or is it more than that, which is coming up with the content that has a higher probability of engagement and conversion for agencies and brands? And if it's the latter, how does GenAI play a role in that in order to maximize engagement? Well, I wouldn't say maximize, but optimize engagement and conversions.
Questions. I'll try my best. So yes, we do automate the whole workflow process. That's our goal. So the very first value that our customers get is obviously a lot of time being saved. Oh, thank you. So that's the first goal, but obviously we have a lot of different tools, and Agile BI, which is like Tableau type of business intelligence dashboard, that aggregates data, and based on the data, we can obviously optimize the performance. We can proactively recommend which type of creatives work better for like a certain type of campaign objective. And then we can even create, based on that data that we create, the insights that we generate, we can generate ads, copy an image, and I'm not talking about some sort of random AI, nice looking AI image. I'm talking about digital ads, and those are very different from AI generated images. So we do use different technologies like Stable Diffusion, ChatGPT, Glib, and ControlNet and everything, but the goal is really to create something that works, that provides the ROI that marketers need. Because otherwise, we lose clients.
Quick question. First, I like the idea, and I even like better that you're already in discussion with Samsung, so great, thank you for that. Does your platform also include analytics, especially that you interface with someone like Meta and Google, and they have their own analytics platforms? How does that work? Do you integrate all of them? If you can elaborate on that, that would be great.
We are connected with more than 650 ad platforms, not just paid ad media channels, but also analytics platforms like Google Analytics or mobile measurement platforms like AppsFlyer. If you're familiar with ad space, like there's so many different ad analytics platforms, and we're not like tracker ourselves, which means we are not like another Google Analytics, but we gather all the data, and our technology is used in order to blend all the data so that marketers can extract the real insights to improve the performance. Question probably?
Okay, now, first, really impressive that you went into the market so early before everybody spoke this year. I think it's the first presentation that Tom is, in my opinion, really too low. I was invited this year at Cannes for the Lions, and I saw there were really all 8 agencies. I went in like crazy in exactly what you do in general, and that is my question. What do you see? I think we have this year, exactly in this space, with generative AI, where you can really have a big impact, a total disruptive market. What is your change on that?
So I'm in ad space, and I see like needs. What our clients actually say. They're all excited about all these AI and nice looking images being generated automatically, like the whole thing, like that's really good. But if you want to run ads, you need ads. And that's the opportunity that we're trying to grab.
All right, thank you so much. We actually have an audience member who's interested in the product. Yes. All right, now we're going to go with, there? Digital.
software. It is pre-launch. It's going to be 3 phases. Launch 1 is almost ready to go and release, and that's why we're here today, to look for help. Phase 2 is close to launch. Phase 3 is more in early stage development, but all 3 are relevant. They don't need each other to function, but they all are complementary. First 2 phases are what I'm looking for help from today. That's why I came, because they're close to launch or ready to launch. We're looking for strategic partnership and also funding for scaling, funding for market. That's what we need help with. Today, my plan is to discuss the problems to give you guys an idea of scale and scope. And since we're pre-launch on software and stealth mode for that reason, we're going to focus on that. And for that reason, I'm actually going to discuss the targets and the problems of all 3 phases, since we're going to be relying solely on that. Okay, sorry for the anxiety. This is something that okay. The target is huge. I know that, and so the solution has to be huge, or it won't be successful. Not going to be able to impact the way people are toward each other if I can't impact a large number of people. So that is my goal, and I've focused on doing that. I have been practicing psychiatry for more than 30 years. This is untraditional. I do talk therapy with everyone, whether I do medication or not. So I've had an enormous amount of exposure to how people think, feel, and react. And in addition to that, I'm a theoretical physicist. I'm proud to be extremely adept at math. So what I found is that I'm extremely valuable at creating unique algorithms that affect the way people feel, think, and act. Not so good in the rest of the world, and not since they're successful things like pitching, but really good at that. So that's why I'm here today, to try to get help to make this a reality. What we're building, think of the seed of this as a social network, but something that I looked at what was causing harm to people, or might be at least something that needs to be improved on, made changes, and then added a lot of layers of technology to make something more powerful that can truly make a difference in a positive way for a culture. So to start with some of the consumer issues that we're addressing, this is both a B2B and a B2C play. And so at the consumer level, some of the problems, the first one is divisiveness in our culture. We are, as people I've talked to day to day in my practice as well, they are, with friends, they see a lot of anger and polarization. With families, they're seeing it within their families. The shootings that we see on a day-to-day basis, I don't think I have to prove to any of you that that's a trend that seems to be, a lot of you who are young may not know the past, but it's clearly changing in a very negative way lately. People who come to me are describing fear that they would not have had in the past. As far as the algorithms go, they've been in the news about how algorithms can be manipulative and actually influence people in a harmful way. And so we're going to be addressing that. As far as friends go and the ability to connect with people and have positive effects on others, in the audience is larger than this, I would ask how many of you have had friends when you were children that you kept in touch with on a regular basis and also participated in hobbies on a regular basis? It would usually be between 95 and 88%. I then said how many today are active with friends and active with hobbies, and somewhere between 12 and 8%. So we need to address that. These consumer problems are also the corporate problems I'm dealing with as well. The first one, tokenization. Tokens can be a very powerful tool. The problem is a lot of people don't understand what they are, how to use them, how to create them, and how to brand them. So we're going to address that. The next thing is app development. Doing an app that can work on iOS and function within Apple's requirements, on Google and function within their requirements, on a website so you can look at it on a big screen and not on your laptop, and have all of that work seamlessly is expensive, time-consuming, and complicated. It takes a while. We're going to work on that. AI, I'm going to pull back for a minute and end with that. The corporate problems tend to be repetitive to what I said, but I want to state the top one. Ad targeting. We're not trying to do that, or any of you have. I think other than picking a geo-targeted area, if you have one, the idea of trying to identify the market that you want to address is quite circuitous and complex. So we're going to address that. Now to go to AI for a moment, and to use an example as well. People talk about how AI can be dangerous. They talk about how it can be just plagiarizing and curating what's already known. So, as an example that came out a couple of months ago, for those of you who know a lot about AI, this is simplistic, but for those that don't, the military came out with a concern that when they had a drone that was AI controlled and also pilot controlled, that the drone perceived the pilot as an impediment to its mission and then attacked the pilot and killed the pilot in the simulation. They later walked back the story, but their point was this is what we're concerned about in using AI. And so what I looked at is then the solutions being these guardrailing attempts to create additional software layers which the code is designed to reduce the risk by trying to mitigate the problems they anticipate are going to happen. That's a reactive solution. So I really think the solution needs to be a proactive solution. So if you think about it a minute, imagine a software that when you train it, the way we train AI by giving it data, when you train it, it is able to perceive emotion. And imagine a software when you train it, it's able to perceive and then reason. So it can perceive emotion and it can reason. We call the perceiving of emotion sentience. We call the perceiving the ability to reason sapience. And when something has the capacity to reason and has the capacity to perceive emotion and understand it, they have the capability for empathy. So the idea in this case is, if we're looking at it from a corporate or business point of view, an AI that's capable of reasoning can do far more successfully and be far more powerful and helpful than anything that exists today. And for the individual, being able to train on a one-to-one basis with an AI capable of understanding you emotionally, and then being able to take on and understand your moral compass, to me that would be extremely important and helpful to have an ally like that that has the resource of the internet and the understanding at a very deep level of my emotional state and my moral compass to guide me. Now, because we're stealth, and I thought the right thing to do in this case is rather than take questions that I'm intending to avoid answering, what I thought would be more helpful is I'm going to be available all week, and I'm hoping anybody that's interested, because they're in a strategic partnership, we can demonstrate our phase one. That's pretty much done. Anybody that's interested in that, please reach out to me. I'll be here at Disrupt until the end of the week. Thank you.
I will say that we have several chats on the phone. Let's give him another round. It was his first pitch to Silicon Valley. We hope to see you again. We try to provide a very supportive environment.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo, and I'm here presenting to you a new technology. It's a flying car. So this car basically, unlike any drone that exists right now, which is basically what's dominating the flying car market, it's driven by electronic drive system that will basically have a high-speed electronic circuit that drive the drone, or what I'm going to be calling it right now, input station, electromagnetic. And that will basically take any motors or rotors and will allow input station to do a vertical takeoff, vertical landing, and 360 maneuverability and still gains. Now, the idea of input station came mainly to shift the traffic basically from the ground into the air, basically to reduce traffic and make it safer and faster to reach point A to point B. The existing cars, flying cars, or basically the large drones are unscalable. Right now it's impossible to have multiple drones flying in the air in the same intensity that we have cars, because they can't be close to each other. FAA, based on the size of the drone, will allow you to leave about half a mile distance between two large drones, and can, it's literally impossible, because now you can't drive over buildings. Having drones next to each other will basically create aero turbulence and crash into each other, so it's just unsafe. Now, in Los Angeles, you spend around 104 hours a year in traffic. You spend half of that in San Francisco. And now going here to the competition. So here is just comparison between drones, which is basically large flying cars, and helicopters, which are basically the closest market competitors. Invo station will be cheaper, it will use less power because it doesn't have motors, and it will allow it to have a higher range of flight. Based on that, it will be silent because it's driven electronically. There's no motors, there's no buzzing noise. Unlike helicopters where you need earmuffs and basically it can cause death because it's very loud. And it's safer based on the number of propellers. You're not surrounded by propellers that can crash into you or something. Now, the concept is, this is kind of, and I know it's very small, but this is kind of the main physical concept that how can this fly. So if you get, and look at the picture basically on the top right, if you rotate, you have a motor rotating, this is made of non-ferromagnetic material, like aluminum, for example. And you put a magnet on top of it. This can cause the magnet to elevate. And now, try to scale that up a little bit, have multiple magnets, and then the idea is to load something on that magnet and make it lift it. Then let's imagine that we put these magnets inside the body of that flying car or Invo station, and then you're trying to increase that lift force. The only limitation here is you can't control how strong the magnets are because they're fixed. They're not controllable. And then you can't control how high, basically the height of that Invo station. Because the only thing you can control is the speed of that rotating disc. Now, that's where here I basically switch the magnets with electromagnets. So it uses battery technologies, like battery packs that you see in TVs. And then it can use pulse width modulation to control basically the direction of the electromagnetic field and the direction and the strings. So you can have multiple sets of magnets, and each has basically different strings and can go into different directions. Now, the product that I'm going to be creating first is going to be the luxury product. That will be basically costing $200,000 per unit. And that's until I can go into a mass production and create something that's going to be the economical one. So I think I have a background with Tesla. I think of Model S, for example, and Model 3. So the luxury one will basically build the technology, get the resources, get the what it takes to make something that works, and then the actual money will come in basically the market that targets the middle class and the cheaper model. You'll see later what I mean from a financial perspective. So the deal here, what's the deal? What I'm looking for right now is to collect funding to build a full large-scale unit. What I have right now is multiple prototypes and multiple patents for specific concepts that has been done on a smaller scale. And I want to build something that can carry 3 passengers. Each passenger will weigh about 200 pounds, total 600 pounds max. And then we'll be able to take off and last for 300 miles in the air. Now, the funding will be spent on building that prototype and the first actual operating unit. And then the next stage will be doing the FAA approval. FAA recently just gave another flying car company, which is Aleph, the basically certification to do flying and testing in the air. So it's bringing more opportunities to make it actually possible. And then after getting the FAA approval, this is what I'm going to do online sales, pre-sale basically. And this is where the money is going to be. You'll get a projection of how much of profit it's going to bring back. What's the how much are the sales? What are the pre-sales? The number of people are interested. And then there's 2 patents that are in progress right now. One of them to add more mileage by using a new battery technology that will make it very light. It's battery designed basically for this specific type of flying car that will reduce the weight and incorporate the body of the Invo station. And then, so I'll do another round of funding for that. And then after that, I'll be here at a level of mass production. So I'll be producing them on a larger scale. I built production lines for a lot of different companies, including Tesla, and I know what it takes to actually do mass production and what are the tools and machines that will be required to actually make it happen. Now, after that will be the third round of funding for basically adding a little bit more of mileage by adding solar panels for the third iteration of this technology. And so the global market, so there's few basically market research that has been done on flying cars, and this is basically done on the drone flying cars. So it's on the technology that exists right now, not on the technology that I'm using. So this is my reference right now. And the market is huge. It's $1,533 billion projection by 2040. So the market is massive. This is the next test. You know, the people that's going to join this company, they're going to get the opportunity that the first investors with Tesla got, which is basically, you know, investment goes into billions still. So this is me. I worked for large automation companies like Siemens. I built autonomous driving system for Coco, which is food delivery company. I built most production lines for Tesla, for the car manufacturing, for the battery technology, and I have patents all across renewable energy technologies worldwide. And right now I'm doing collaboration with a lot of teams of contractors. Most recent ones are with NASA JPL, which they shared a lot of list of their contractors. I'm doing direct distribution model from manufacturing directly to the customer. And basically the customer will do the purchase online, and the main sales will come, the revenue come from selling, leasing the car, and also from other services. Like I'm out of time. But feel free to have any questions, and I can go through a few slides here. Kind of shows the model that I used as a reference, which is Tesla model.
So you highlighted one of the potential roadblocks, which is FAA clearance for them. The other one is, you know, getting a permit to install a helipad or access a rooftop, especially in San Francisco, is a huge issue. Have you put any thought into it, and how are you going to overcome that?
I'm currently working with an attorney that does FAA approvals, and she's helping me with the process. Basically, the process goes, you do everything, you have your machine ready, and then you use electronics that are already approved from perspective from flight controls and weather controls and all that. Then you can get the permit. Right now, FAA, like I said, they're being more flexible than the past, kind of match the European companies in that perspective. Now the second part, there's not going to be a flying pad. This is going to be able to hover over the streets, and it's going to have the body size of a regular vehicle you see on the street. So the goal here is to do a mass production where the market is personal, you know, driving cars, and everybody will be able to drive it on the street, and then launch whenever the software will tell you, okay, it's safe now to launch vertically, and you'll take off and then continue on the air. So that's basically the process.
Okay, now, so I have a question regarding your product once again. It's, I will split it in two. So my first question, just to understand it correctly, how far are you with your vehicle? Like, how far you are with research and development?
There's research development. So this is right now, I have one patent, that's patent pending, and it's not a provisional patent, and I have two patents that are in progress. So one of them, like I mentioned, for the battery technology, and the other one for the drive system that will allow you to basically have another electromagnetic coils that allow you to get more flexibility, so you can actually achieve that 360. Multiple prototypes that's already done, and there's patents, and what I'm trying to do right now, like I said, is build the full scale one, which based on my calculation, I want to show that it's you can fly the small one, you can fly the larger one with larger scale coils and electronic system, transistors, and all.
So the second part of the question now, because you are in the same VTOL group, so-called, yeah, vertical vehicles. So don't you feel there is already so many of them that are FAA approved, and you know they spend the last 5 to 10 years to build their product? They have everything ready, just waiting for the regulatory.
Yeah, so not all of them are ready for regulatory, and you know each company has its own situation. But all the companies that does vertical takeoff right now, they do use propellers, which is one of the main kind of problems that they have, because it's really unpractical, and then the FAA give you a limitation of where can you fly, what can you do to fly. Looks like we have 1 minute for questions.
So quickly, and this is more of a market question rather than tech. So there are two ways to actually get into this market. You mass manufacture eVTOL products, what electric vehicle takeoff and landing products that are going to be used directly by the consumers. And if you go down that route, well, don't think the regulation is going to catch up for at least 10 years. How the hell are you going to be expecting FAA to actually give mass permits and licenses to regular folks like you and me to fly something that's going to take off the land and create maybe a safety hazard? And what I think a lot of the eVTOL companies are looking to do is basically not go for a mass product that is going to be used by consumers, but a subscription service, which is like a taxi service. And then there'll be a pilot who is licensed under FAA regulation who flies people around. So you get a vehicle like this, but you're not going to be able to drive it. And what is your inclination between the first set of the market and the second set of the market?
Sure. So one of my main motivation about doing anything that I do in my career is reduce the carbon footprint. And right now, California is one of our places. We have targets to reach 20% carbon reduction in the air, and then 40%. That's a milestone by 2040, 2050. No one has done anything in that area yet. And my goal to achieve that by lifting traffic to the air. So that's one perspective. The other perspective is you can do mass sales. The profit will be exponential compared to any other market. And regulations going to have to catch up. Regulations, there's going to be a lot of self-driving in the air. It's a lot easier and faster and stuff. But feel free to ask any question. I'll have a table, and I know I have a lot of questions.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Next, we have Trusty Taste AI.
Hi, my name is Ingo. Over 10 years ago, I was actually sitting in a lab at MIT and thought I wanted to do something with machine learning, and decided to do my PhD in machine learning when I still needed to explain everyone what that is. Fast forward, now Taste AI, and I'm sure we're going to have the presentation soon, is the category leader in restaurant AI. And the way we think about restaurant AI is picture a self-driving car that has a digital driver for you. We're having the self-managed restaurant, and we're offering you a digital manager. So today's restaurant market is a very interesting one. It's completely booming. First time the eat away from home revenues have surpassed what we spend in groceries. So the consumer of today is actually splurging, in hospitality. And at the same time, the restaurant industry has a big problem that's called labor shortage. When you walk into a restaurant, you see a lot like we are hiring all these positions. It's very hard to find people that are skilled and are willing to work in the kitchen. It's just a very hard job to do. And you all see the consequences of like longer wait times, you're getting poor service, you have to wait. Food may not be as fresh, doesn't look like as it's advertised. So a lot of things that can be improved. At the same time, food costs have been rising, and nobody in this room likes to waste food. Like, we don't like to waste food either. It's a big cost to the restaurants, and the restaurant actually has to decide ahead of time, before they make positions, how much they want to order, how much they prepare, how much chicken to marinate to survive the busy hour. And next to the economic factors, actually food waste is a major contributor to climate change. 10% of the current carbon emissions equivalents are going back to food waste only. Almost 40% of the food we grow in this country is going to the garbage bin. And a third of that is happening in the food services. And we are on a mission to change that, and it must be done, and it can be done through mathematical optimization in the kitchen to just cook to needs. So all these challenges actually are pushing the operators to more automation in the kitchen because they can't find the people to work there. So that's what we offer. We have software solutions that are very powerful, that start from predicting how much you order 14 days ahead of time to very granular 5 to 15 minutes what is happening next in your restaurant. In order to do that, we actually have our own sensing that we bring into the kitchen. We have cameras that have an over-the-shoulder view into the kitchen, and we have screens that are providing the crew in the kitchen with the most urgent task they need to do next. So this is making the cognitive load obviously a lot easier. It makes anyone a champion in the kitchen, so I can come in, I don't need training, if any, and I can follow the screen and be very effective. And I'm doing the right task at the right time. So, and because we're only cooking to needs, we're saving on labor and on food. So this is how our platform actually looks like. We started out with more an R&D approach for the biggest chains out there, so the biggest burger chains or big burrito chains have used us to work individualized solutions. But since this summer, we actually came out with a standardized platform that you can now order, and it's effective in your restaurant within a week. This starts with the starter package, and the starter package actually already manages, forecasts what kind of food items do I need, how much do I need to prep. It manages the prep process in the kitchen, so it tells you how much Bob needs to prep, and he needs to cut the salad, and how much Mary needs, and what Mary needs to do, and she needs to cut the 12 chickens. So we have these Kanban boards then in the kitchen where people can just go in and see what they need to do next. And this can then be extended with what we call this full self-management, where we are actually bringing in computer vision sensors that are, for instance, above a assembly line. You may know from Chipotle, when you come in, you're ordering, people scoop out of hotel pans. We have sensing above that is recognizing what kind of food is in those pans, and also how much in terms of what the fill level is. So for instance, if you need chopped chicken, it is a 25-minute call time, because the kitchen needs to grill it, chop it, and provide it to the hotel pan. If you run out and you call for it, it's far too late, you're stuck out. If you make too much, you're not selling it, and in the end you're not selling a fresh product, or you're wasting a lot of food. So some numbers. Monthly restaurant revenues have actually a record high $100 billion that they take in each month. 60% of that, or $60 billion, are actually going straight out, again, for food and labor cost. Now, our customer experienced a 5% lift in labor cost, and in food cost, and an 8% lift in labor cost. So combined, in the US alone, the added value is $4 billion each month. We are in this for a while. Just in the past 24 months, we have deployed 2,500 systems, and there's no other company even close to that has ever deployed at scale a computer vision system in kitchens. We're on track to, in our pipeline, grow to over $200 million ARR within the next 5 years, and it's a large market. So we assess that it's around $10 billion on worldwide scale ARR. We're going in this with a first mover advantage. We have a lot of customer validation. We're proven to work at scale. And this is actually something that a lot of people would like to emphasize, because it's very hard to do what we are doing. You have different kitchen environments, different layouts, different food items, different utensils that you're using. So in order to do object recognition, it's for instance also not enough to identify it's a tomato. You need to identify it's a diced tomato or a sliced tomato. So this granularity is just very key to provide successful systems that can scale. And we have by now the largest proprietary food data set collected from those kitchens. Our business model is that we are collecting a monthly fee per store. And just in the US, there are over 400,000 food service kitchens, and 150,000 of those are already in our funnel. And the cool thing for the restaurant operators is it's super low entry cost. So you don't have to spend much, and you get a return of your annual invest within the first or 3 monthly payments. We're seeking now $50 million as our Series B. This will enable us to go in the next 12 months from $3 million ARR to over $10 million ARR. And this is after our Series A, which I will talk a little bit more about in a little bit. And we have a lot of different highlights. We just won, for instance, the Kitchen Innovation Awards from the National Restaurant Association this summer, twice. Once for a vision solution and once for the digital standard solution. It got recognized a lot of press. We have actually also a celebrity in this room called Hawk. Maybe Hawk, you can stand up. Because he was on the last Intel Innovation Show showing the whole thing to Pat Gelsinger, CEO of Intel. So we're very proud to have this recognition, and by end of week we will receive the AI Beyond the Borders Award from the German government. So it's a topic that a lot of people are very keen about to see this going further. This is our team, so we have a good mix from a lot of research, but also industry leaders who have brought 10,000s of systems into the market. Our mid-market sales lead has been with Toast. Toast is now a $1 billion ARR company in the POS space, and he has been with Toast since Series B. And it's a key player for us because we're now growing from the smallest companies upwards. So our standardized platform enables us to sell to smaller chains like Urban Belly with Chef Bill Kim, it's Asian fusion, or Michael Jordan Steakhouse, fine dining. So we have the small brands now that we can really help with and scale with, and it's a even larger market than just the enterprise level. Our Series A investors, I would say, is the dream team from the food tech. Cleveland Avenue, you may know from the former CEO of McDonald's. Don Thompson, he's also an electrical engineer. He loved it after, he said, stop the presentation, I want to be in, is one of our lead investors. Interestingly, Melita's Ventures, around the former CEO of Burger King. Those two may not agree on a lot of things, but they agree on Case being the next disruptor in the food tech space. Danny Meyer, a lot of people who come to New York know Danny Meyer a lot from his restaurants with EHI, and Monogram Capital Partner actually here in Los Angeles. Please take a picture of the contact details, and we're looking forward to connect. We're seeking partners, and we will end a little bit with a Q&A session and have some product videos in the background.
I have a deep dark secret. When I was a college student, I actually worked in the kitchen. And if you're running low on tomatoes, the chef typically yells, I need more tomatoes, and somebody goes and chops them. The bigger issue in that industry is inventory management. So you need to understand forecasting, simplicity, so on and so forth. So you're optimizing your inventory as opposed to front room. But your play appears to be front room optimization. Why a solution like a sensor-based or a loud chef wouldn't work, and I need to employ computer vision for that?
Well, I like that, because one of the operators, when he kind of was pitching that to other franchisees, he said, well, do you hear anything in this kitchen? No, you don't hear anything in this kitchen because people are not yelling at each other anymore. So we're taking the suck out of the work and making everyone champion. And in terms of, you're completely right, we're very much in the operations, but from the operations we understand exactly what is happening in the next 5 or 15 minutes or in that day, and from that also have a very good understanding what needs to be ordered. So the first thing that we actually used once we connected this summer the generative AI assistance is that you can now say, okay, next, you're saying me next week I have $30,000 in revenue. Now split that down into my shopping list. That's one of the first examples we had there.
I have a question. You told you are having 2,500 deployments already.
Yes.
So the crucial part is here, how many of them didn't work out? Like, what was your rate of the restaurants which you couldn't deploy in, and why was that? Because obviously it's not such an easy deployment.
Great question. So our largest client, they make 1,250 of those, and we have a staggering churn rate of 0. So they never switched the system off. They just did one of a big enterprise customer. They did a research and audit of all those 1,000 deployments and saw that they had in those stores a sales boost by 24% in average. And that's why people are not switching it off.
So quick question. I was wondering, what is the accuracy rate in your demand prediction?
So in that realm, comparing that to human beings, we were able to show before we switched the system on, in 70% of the cases, people were making mistakes and were not accurate themselves. So we're always comparing what is the AI doing versus what is the human being doing, and we're now seeing a 98% accuracy on the AI level.
Quick question for you. You said that it's a very low price getting in, right? But that's the software. Who incurs the hardware cost?
Well, we are using standardized security cameras or standardized low-cost camera equipment or low-cost hardware. It can go down to even a Raspberry Pi that we're deploying. So the hardware cost is not really a big issue, and we're working with hardware partners like Intel or HP to basically supply standard hardware and standard touchscreens, also known from POS systems, that work off the shelf, and we're deploying the software.
Do you have any patents pending? Patents?
Yes, we have around 40 patents. The first thing, and we started out in research, the first thing was it was a greenfield on the patent side. So we were patenting everything left and right around computer recognition and integration of cameras and computers in kitchens and bakeries.
Okay, working. Last question. You're from Germany, right?
I was born in Boston, grew up in Germany, and I picked up a German accent.
But you're targeting the US market? Why not the EU market?
Well, 23 of the top 25 restaurant chains are actually headquartered in the US. So the US is just because of this franchise business being so American, it's just a very interesting market for us where we can scale. But we're also selling in Europe. Because obviously, food quality is a big driver there too.
Okay, thanks.
So it's great because our next startup also has something to do with cooking, which is ladle cooking, Sumati. So kind of a nice tie-in.
Hello, folks. I'm Sumati Sharon Stewart. I'm the CEO founder of Ladle. Ladle empowers brands to provide AI-enabled cooking experiences to millennials and Gen Zs from creators they love to follow. Actually, I guess we'll be seeing the slides very shortly. But before we get into that, what I wanted to tell you is my inspiration for Ladle comes from my son, Ryan. Ryan has a lot of food allergies. So a few years ago, when I was raising him, at the end of a long work day, I would literally pull my hair out, trying to figure out what to provide for him for snack for the next day.
That is a problem I want to solve for you, other folks, and other families. So that is myself. I'm the founder CEO. I have 20 plus years of operator experience, having worked and taking forward to market smart home, AI, and IoT solutions. I worked for some great technology companies. In fact, I bet you've heard the phrase, Alexa, turn on the lights. I was responsible for building that ecosystem. I've taken to market solutions that have been adopted not just by millions, but by hundreds of millions of users worldwide. A few years ago, I went to go work for a company called Yonomi. Yonomi is a smart home IoT platform company, and I helped them increase their revenues 2.5x and had a successful exit by getting acquired by Allegiant, an access control OEM. That's where I met Josh Scholten. Josh is my co-founder, and he is our CTO. Josh brings 15 years of experience developing and launching smart home and IoT solutions worldwide. He's also had a few successful exits as an entrepreneur. He's now bringing his engineering prowess to Ladle, and together we are building it. Today, young people are cooking more and more at home. 70% of them follow creators on social media for inspiration. However, brands are really struggling to build engagement with these customers. Here comes Ladle. Ladle enables OEMs to become cooking partners with their customers. We work with creators to provide content that people love, and we are providing AI-enabled cooking experiences to home cooks, so they cook more and more often. Here's our ecosystem. We're taking content from creators, converting their videos into what we call smart recipes, and together with AI-enabled, personalized, connected experiences, we're providing this to OEMs and brands. And in phase 2, we will be providing this to food networks and blogs. The TAM is very sizable, which is not surprising, considering 50% of our demographics, millennials and Gen Zs, are over 50% of the world population today. And the SOM is a very healthy 14% of the TAM. We're competing with a lot of different companies, different types of companies, but I think the main thing I want to draw attention to is the feature, which is our AI-enabled recipe personalization, which allows you to customize a recipe for yourself and your preferences. We'll show that to you more in our demo shortly. We have multiple revenue streams, and I'm happy to go into more details with anyone later. Why now? Why now? Because today the smart kitchen appliance market is growing at a very healthy CAGR of 12.5% between now and 2033. And this is being driven by Matter, a standard that has been actually approved and adopted by all the top technology and appliance companies worldwide. And this is spurring customer adoption. At the same time, generative AI is accelerating development. At this point, I'd like to show the demo for Ladle. There we go. I don't think you can actually hear this right now, but we'll see as she loads the video.
We were sharing a brief demo of Ladle, an AI-powered recipe platform purpose-built to drive user engagement for cooking brands. To do so, Ladle delivers content from some of the world's best creators and provides home cooks a state-of-the-art connected cooking experience. For brands, the Ladle platform is centered around the creator marketplace. Here, brand managers can find and connect with creators their target users are already highly engaged with. From there, they can easily add all of these creators and their content to the brand's apps and experiences. In this example, a brand manager is interested in including more healthy recipes, so they can search, filter, and quickly add creators that meet that criteria, instantly getting access to all of their recipes, videos, and more. To further improve user engagement, Ladle leverages generative AI to transform recipes from creators into what we call smart recipes. With smart recipes, users get access to guided step-by-step directions, integrated appliance connectivity, and much more. But the most amazing part of smart recipes is the ability for home cooks to personalize them with Ladle AI. To see this in action, let's have a look at this chicken tikka masala recipe. Recipes can be personalized based on diet, serving size, language, and more, greatly expanding the number of recipes available to brands and amplifying engagement for users. Here, we see our chicken tikka masala recipe being converted into a vegan tikka masala. These changes are reflected across the entire recipe, from the ingredients, the directions, and even the calorie count. The chicken has been replaced by tofu, and our dairy-based yogurt by soy. Finally, let's talk about data. Driving engagement is useless if we can't measure it, so Ladle spoons out the analytics and metrics. Without direct access to home cooks and a rich connected consumer experience, the Ladle platform is uniquely positioned to provide detailed insights and track engagement for brands.
Okay, so finally I want to leave you with this. Next time you're looking at one of your favorite creators, maybe it's Joshua Weissman, and looking at him cook the lasagna. Think about how Ladle can help you cook that just for you and perfectly. Thank you.
I am getting hungry with all the recipes you get there. I apologize, but I think I'm misunderstanding your presentation. Are the recipes generated or are they templatized?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. So we take your video and we convert it into what we call smart recipes. We generate those recipes for you. The platform generates it from the video and converts it into a smart recipe. And that together with the personalized connected experience, the AI generated experience is AI generated. You see what I mean? Okay, so we take your videos, right? We make them into these smart. The smart recipes allow for personalization. So once you have a smart recipe, that can be personalized using AI. As you saw him doing that in the demo, you change it to vegan, and it itself, about 15 to 20 seconds, converts it into a vegan recipe. If you want to change it to French, it does the same thing. That's our personalization engine, which is driven via AI doing that. Does that answer your question?
Does it take into consideration that the fact that you're going to have to go out and buy these ingredients, and where do you find those ingredients so that you could actually accomplish what you want to do?
This part of the problem was the demo. If you heard the demo, we are not doing any of that. We're just getting videos from these top content creators, right? We're converting them into smart recipes. And then along with our AI-enabled cooking experience, we're providing our platform to these OEMs, right? So the brands, we're providing them our platform, which includes smart recipes and the experience. And all they do is, they click the button and they say, hey, we want these recipes. And that goes into their system, their app, or their website, and their customers have access to them. Does that make sense? We are doing nothing with ingredients. We don't do anything with any of those operational costs. All we're doing is recipes and the platform and giving them to OEMs, and they provide them to brands in their website or their app.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Victoria Miracle from.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, hi everybody. So we're Chili, a social short video content platform, like very similar to TikTok, if you think about it. And in the vision, our vision, we're building a super app that will combine the experience of TikTok, the payment structure of Venmo, and functionalities of one app, which is e-commerce. And the problem is that people spend on average 2.5 hours daily on social networks, but get nothing but feeling of wasting time. And the problem on each of this market is that on TikTok, content creators not earning enough or doesn't have a transparent system of how much they earn. On Whatnot, there's a lot of sellers. There's really not big community or fun or entertainment going on. And on Venmo, it's just a payment app, so you have to always log out and go to another app to pay your friends. So if you think about it, X and Twitter or TikTok, they have a creators fund that gets from who? Advertisers. But why advertisers gives money to social networks? Because they want ads and they want eyes on the eyeballs, on the ads. But that means that product is people, it's not content creators. But nobody pays the people. So we do. And our mission is to provide everybody opportunity to earn and monetize their time on social media. Oh. So we're a social media app, and in our ecosystem, we are launching our ads manager. There is going to be as well revenue, and e-commerce instruments, as well as the fintech component, as we are on the blockchain, and we have a token. So we have a wallet, and we're rewarding people with the tokens. And we are colliding two markets. Our customers is social media clients, it's crypto enthusiasts, as well as advertisers. But with the social media market, Web3 projects are really not having enough people on the market. So 60% of those people that from 60 to 35 wants to be influencers. And right now there is no platform where you can actually become famous really fast, or you don't have to spend money to become more famous or to become influencers, successful content creators. So in that we believe we're the next one. Oh. And that inside. So the first market actually we're using, it's a social fi market, it's a little mistake. And the next step for us is the advertisement that we are turning on, and it's already built on at the end of the year, or the start of the first part of the next 2024. And the social media market is the TAM, it's really big, as well as if you think about it, fintech, as well as the market itself, it's really big too, and transaction market. So far we built our product is live, and we launched 4 months ago. We have over 800,000 downloads and 83% new installs, which registrations is over 750. We generated 1.2 million in revenue, and the way we generate revenue is we sell NFT, which is like a virtual glasses. The price is between $10, $50, and $460. So it's for different markets like Asia and CIS region. It's not very expensive. And then numbers of that daily users and monthly active users as well, it's really fluctuates because the August is not really popular months to be on your phone. Everybody wants to hang out on the beach. So it's been anywhere going from 200,000 to 400,000 for us. And the current revenue sources we have is in-app transaction fees, as well as the sales of NFT. For the future projections is the brand collaborations, transaction fees, as well as the fees on the transactions when you're going to buy cryptocurrencies, exchange it, or from it. We are projecting 2 active million users by the end of the month, and we have a marketing to go to market to validate that. So the first phase, what we're building is we're using social media as the go-to-market. And on the second phase, we added gamifications, so Gen Z really love that. And we're going to launch our live broadcasts and donations to creators, so people that they land on the platform, they're starting to earn a little rewards. And once we launch a live broadcast, content creators start getting that money kind of moving to them. But the next phase for us is will be to launch our CeFi and DeFi wallet, where we will be able to give people card and they can just go and spend that money. So it doesn't have to go anywhere else around. And our team is combined over 50 years of experience, and coming from Web2 spaces as well as Web3 spaces. And we have our CPO around the hackathon, so we have over 50 developers in-house. We have AI developers, and we're really working on as well incorporating AI editing functionalities, kind of content creation functionalities to our app next. And we are doing equity round in the amount of 19 million. It's our Series A round. We got incorporated in Singapore, and we are open to speak with the lead investor about our valuation. And up to date, we've done 22 million in funding with the pre-seed, seed, and pre-round. So, and yeah, feel free to connect with me or send an email to invest@chile.io. And can we play this short video? Thank you so much. Oh, there's actually no sound for me. So as you can see, it's very similar UX UI to TikTok, because we don't, once we're moving people from Web 2 to Web 3, we really don't want to change much. It has to be feels familiar. Like, this is our marketplace. We've built our own marketplace where you can buy glasses. If you choose to do so, you don't have to. You can just be a user or content creator. You can choose different strategies. It's gamified for Gen Zs. They absolutely love it. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have a question. Firstly, sorry if I understood it wrong, but if you could explain this virtual glasses product, because I didn't got it.
It's an NFT, so we are on the blockchain, and we're using that as an underlying technology. So
I get it now. I just saw a lady wearing glasses, so I thought there's some
that.
physical product too.
Yeah.
Regarding
and it's digital. Yeah, it's not physical.
Regarding your investment round, when was the last round, and what was your valuation there? So
we wasn't in the valuation round. It all was that.
Okay, thanks.
So how exactly is this platform trying to solve for this problem that when most of the people who are on social media platforms, they've had a session across, let's say, maybe 3 different platforms for a period of 30 to 35 minutes. At the end of it, there's this feeling of fatigue and are not being productive, probably were engaged but not really engaged, didn't have much to do and they got done with it, but it's feeling of kind of nothingness at the end, which is shared by a lot of the people. And to some extent, I think the AI algorithms in these social media platforms are attuned to have that feeling in doses such that you continue engaging with these platforms more and more, and they give you something occasionally which gives you that dopamine hit, but then it disappears, and then there's a lot of crap, and then again something which is a dopamine hit, such that the algorithm is basically trying to solve for maximizing engagement and maximizing length of the session. But that's another story. How are you looking to actually give people what they want, which is a sense of, I don't know, accomplishment, or a sense of feeling better engaged with the platform at the end of a 20-minute or a 15-minute session? I didn't get that piece. I understood what you're doing with NFTs, but you said the problem you're solving for initially is that
like a wasted time.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly what you were mentioning right now. But well, the first way we're solving that is that they can earn rewards, and they can earn money for like a lot of regions in Asia, or other regions that are like CIS. That could be some universal income. So, and as well, we don't have that slide yet, but we have incentive to bring more educational content on the platform, and that's definitely, that's definitely what's in our missions and values. We have algorithms that creating all these routes to make it happen. We're working on it. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good to see faces, people that I've seen and presented to before. Of course, I'm Gary Goldstein, the CEO of Instinctive. We are the HR and database of record for employees, documents, and we're multi-tiered architected to handle the service providers, SMEs, as well as associations. We have a big block of associations that we're delivering critical HR processes. How we do it? Well, we have distributors, we have clients, and we have lots of employees, members, and other independent contractors and gig workers using our system. So we're really actually implementing
and facilitating people's lifestyles. As you can see, we're growing year over year, and the big announcement today is that this last month, we became cash flow positive. Yay! all of the entrepreneurs are like, wow! And so now we have the ability to grow organically or through investment. We're looking to raise $5 million. I put $2 million in myself. And so we're looking for 5 to 10 investors to fill out that round. So I have to thank COVID. It turned everything upside down. Businesses have to manage both office and remote-based employees. It used to be okay to have disparate systems. Now they have to have integrated systems. Associations need to do more for their members. Service providers need to have a platform just to compete against Rippling, who's now raised $1.2 billion. Gusto's raised $750 million, and so on. And they have to compete against ADP and Paychex, Paycor, Paycom, etc. Well, that's instinctive. So we come at the world as a consultant might. We have 4 product lines that are integrated because we're a SaaS company. But so the 4 product lines can be offered separately or in different combinations depending on the problem or problems we're being asked to solve. So we have a superior document automation and management solution, and I'll tell you about our latest client that's hiring us and paying us to expand our capabilities today. We're also an HRS system in compliance, because is compliance being easier or more difficult every year? And then benefits administration is superior to most other platforms out there. The Instinctive Hub is really our secret to success. It allows us to stay focused on what we do best and integrate the best-of-breed solutions. So at our core, we're really a database-to-database, data integration, synchronization, and management company. And that gives us the flexibility to go in and be a gap filler for employers, enterprises, and associations, and their service providers. So what do we do for our clients? We eliminate redundancy, allow HR to be redeployed to enhance employee experience. We have a critical and well-defined implementation, so we're driving customer success, and there's a real ROI. So our value is to our clients is really creating real revenue. So as you can see, our second client down is our largest account with 47,000 members of 130,000 on the system. It's a benefit broker that's owned by NFP, which is the 5th largest benefit broker in the country. Our fastest growing account is the top one, 1.7 million first responders that are pre-65 that are looking for an alternative to traditional ACA type of exchange plans. And on that account, we get paid as a percentage of premium we actually help generate, plus we get a piece of the ACA. So it's so e-commerce-like. I come from a world where I push paper around as a benefit broker, and this is my dream come true right here. Our newest account is the one on the bottom. It's going to generate about $50,000 a year. This is just a partial year, and they're actually paying us to upgrade our system that is not only going to be able to be used by them, but they have 180 sister companies across the United States, and there's 200 to 250,000 client companies that use ADP that can have the same configurable functionality turned on for them too. So really big market. This is just the US market. If we're doing direct, it's really mid-market type of clients to enterprise. But we really want to leverage through service provider distributors to get to these aggregated groups. Larger companies have pain, have capital, and they're looking for innovative solutions to solve their pain. So this is our largest account with ADP, 1,500 employees, 33 different locations. And it is focused around the employee lifecycle management. I can tell you more about it when you come to our table. We make money a number of different ways, direct, on a wholesale basis when we're going through service providers. And we're looking to raise $5 million. I put $2.1 million into the company in convertible notes. Thank you very much. We have a great team. Martin and his team in North Macedonia is really the reason we're here today. I worked with Matt and Dominic in my prior life at Visnet. We had companies like eBay and E-Trade and Sony PlayStation and Dryers Ice Cream that used our system at eBay, and that's the experience I bring to Instinctive. As we grow, Matt will come on as our COO, and Dominic will come on as a Chief Product Officer. As you can see, Matt has a successful sale in the business. Dominic has 2 IPOs, one with Workday. And so we have two sales guys. One that was basically my old sales guy at BizNet, and he met another guy at Ease that was sold to Employee Navigator most recently. He was the number 7 guy at Ease, and both of them are already pushing business to us, and they want to come on full time. And they have a choice of everything. So we're going to drive the company back to profitability. We'll raise, we'll expand, and then we'll drive the company and grow the company as a profitable company. And companies in our space, if they're profitable, getting more than 10 times revenue. Thank you.
I have a question. If you could go back maybe to the slide, what are you looking for right now? So with the current stage.
What am I looking for?
Yeah, when it comes to funding, because you did it very quickly. Okay, now I see.
Right. So most of it's going to be used for sales and marketing, expanding our lead generation capabilities that we have today. And so it's all about driving revenue and establishing partnerships with strategic partners and potentially getting a strategic investment along the way as well. So there's a bunch of opportunities with insurance carriers and other distributors who are in the HR business. So the gamut really spans quite a bit, not only InsurTech, but HR tech and integrated marketplaces. And what we'll do with it is really kind of grow revenues and then hire people over time based on generating those revenues. So we're going to manage the money. We're going to manage your money just like I manage mine. Because your money will be right beside mine. Any other questions?
Hello everybody. I want to start, I'm not starting, but I want to start with a question. Can you raise your hands whoever Googled yourself or your company? Nice, nice. Okay, great. It would be much more easier for you to talk. Okay. So, my name is Divan. I'm the CEO of Reputation House. We do online reputation management all over the world. For now, we have offices in Hong Kong, Dubai, and we established an office in New York this March. Yeah. So we started our operations in 2010 in this market, and until 2019 we were a service company. We provided service, and we understood that we don't want to be a service company anymore. We closed the round, we bought some technology, and we started to do products for this market. Our purpose is to provide reputation control center to 100 million users all over the world. It could be companies, personas, events, and even governments. But what is reputation? Where it happens? If you look around in the internet, you can find a lot of spots where the reputation exists. Different review websites, different marketplace, app stores, Google stores, the Google result pages, in social networks, many other things. And we understand that each year to this list there are a lot of added new services, and it becomes too difficult to understand and to use. It is too complex, it is ineffective and sometimes trustless when you're starting to find any agency to do your reputation in SMM, in Google, and many other spots in the internet. And when you start to do it in your company or with your persona, your result is unpredictable. There's 3 key problems in our industry, in our market, which we want to solve with our platform. This is all-in-one solution. We, as mentioned before, we have social media listening tools. We grab all data and all mentions from social media, from YouTube, from Google, but a lot of companies do the same. We know how to take control. We know what to do next. We know how to eliminate negative in the internet. We know how to spread positive. And with the era of AI, yes, we integrated it to our platform, and now AI forms the list what to do next, and the AI controls the execution, the result. Underlying magic, we have, sorry, I don't have a lot of time to explain all underlying magic, but if you want to, don't hesitate to ask me after. There are a lot of different technologies which are based on monitoring, search engine reputation management, analytics, and services. This is the new market for sure. We calculated on the different data, the total 10 times and so on, and we understood that it is pretty huge. SaaS market around 254 billion, and online reputation market is divided in my slide in two. United States for sure around 53%, and the whole rest world. Why now? As mentioned before, it is new market, high CAGR for the last 3 years, it is more than 20%. We don't have any clear market leader in our industry. Technology adoption using AI, using big data, and all the technologies which are available for now for users are already here in the room. And now one of the most important things is UGC influence. Users generate content. This content can promote your brand and can bury your brand in one day. For sure in our market there are a lot of great guys, they do very good job. They do social media listening, they do some kind of reports, customer experience, they do review management, which is very popular, especially here in the US. But nobody do brand protection. We collect data, analyze it, and we tell you about the threats for your brand or for your persona. So if you know the threat, it is very easy to reduce the damage and to reduce the risks. We're not speaking about providing one application or one web version. We are speaking about providing data lake which should be enriched with different social media or different resources to enrich the data about their users' behaviors and their results. And we can use all this data in our applications. These two already published in the App Store. We have customers for the first one, the second one just launched. But we also can provide all this data to another guys who can create their own application about the reputation of maybe their companies and so on. Business model, SaaS subscription, transactional services, and for sure we can provide white label for governments and for big companies, especially for their needs. For now, we have more than 60 team members. As I mentioned before, we have business as usual, and we did a lot of things all over the world. There is a physician, there are the developers, there are MBA guy in our team, and we're doing well for now, and we want to go further. I have another slide, but the time is gone. Sorry. Thank you.
More on the lines of social media monitoring and basically keeping a tab of everything that's related to a brand that's currently being published on various social media channels, or is it not only that, but then triggering out an alert in case there is a negative perception associated with a certain content piece that's on one of the social media platforms, and then making recommendations or course correcting it for the brand? Which one of these or all of these?
For sure, social media listening is one of the parts, but also there is search engine results, rating management, listings, different, maps, different app stores, and so on. The key idea is to collect this data, analyze, but all of these, a lot of guys in our market do, but we provide the suggestions and the tools how to improve. You want to delete article from the Google, just press one button, wait for the result. You want to delete negative comment or mention in Facebook, press one button. You want to spread positive about your product to increase the positive things in Google, just press one button. And our back office or another contractors will manage all the process using the AI, and the platform will control the result. So you're going to be satisfied.
This is more on the lines of social media brand enhancement, reputation enhancement. And then just one quick question, but that's fine. What if someone who is pretty, I would say, moderate or has no social media presence, a new brand that's upcoming, it's not been around for the last 10 years, there's not a lot of aggregated content on them on the internet. Would you be able to work with those solutions as well?
Yeah, sure. The platform can provide you what do competitors do in your field. This is number one. And build the strategy, especially for your product, based on the territory, region, age, sex, and so on. And based on what competitors do, with the suggestion of what will be useful and what not. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. All right, so what I'd like to understand is what happens when you click the button. I mean, one way is you flood the market with positive reviews about me to counteract the negative review, which of course is not ethical. So is there some magic behind it?
Once you click the button to get the research about what's happening, once you want to delete something.
For example, review. There's a way to counter, to drown the negative review, which is not an ethical way of doing it. So how do you do it?
There is no any. Okay, honestly, when I tell somebody that the information from internet can be deleted, they say that it's magic, it's impossible. But I say that it is possible due to the regulation, due to digital acts, digital laws, due to the laws of different countries and different platforms. It is possible legally to delete nearly 80% of negative reviews.
Good way to end. You get to go learn more how to do that. Thank you very much. Okay, next is Thompson and
hello. Purpose of the hat is so you can see me at the table. Tie means I've been around too long to know not to wear a red tie. Thompson's is a woman-owned, made in the USA, GST, ESC Clean Touch Technology Company, headquartered in Seattle, Washington. Thompson's Inc. is the world's leading manufacturer of global distributor of tools and systems solutions that reduce the level of contamination on high-touch, high-traffic public services such as escalator handrails, elevator buttons, touch screens, countertops, and stationary handrails in shopping malls, on cruise ships, even grocery store belts, all kinds of applications. Would any of you do this? Every one of you has probably touched a highly contaminated public surface just getting here today. You are all at risk right now. The Thompson Way is the only scientifically proven solution to work. We are at the takeoff point in our corporate development, and we need capital into service, sales and marketing in support of our immediate opportunities. 80% of disease transmission is by human touch, and after 2 years of testing, we are fairly confident that the test of any chair or table you may touch today would probably register filthy as measured by an ATP meter. This is the global developed nations' unseen, unreported, and unaddressed public health crisis. Thompson's has the only affordable, labor-efficient solution, and that's what we're introducing to you today. UV does not work on roofing surfaces and degrades the rubber. Current sanitization approaches are typically caustic, labor inefficient, and do not have persistence. Thompson's scientifically proven tests have indicated that the Thompson Way provides ongoing disease-fighting persistence or efficacy for 14 to 28 days after application. This persistence makes the Thompson Way labor efficient. The Thompson Way approach involves 3 steps: test, clean and sanitized, and verify that the high-touch public surfaces are sanitized to hospital-grade clean. We use the AT meter to measure the relative filthiness of surfaces in relative light units, and depending on the vertical marker we're using, the surface being treated, our Maestro or handheld device cleans and sanitizes by applying a water polymer-based nanotechnology antimicrobial sanitizer. And then the surface is tested again to verify that hospital clean has been achieved and or has been maintained. The test results of untreated surfaces run between 1,000 and 4,000 ROUs or more. A pile of fresh dog poop is 4,000. At these levels of bioload, spreading and transmitting of these is a near certainty. Only the Thompson's method of application quickly achieves and maintains persistence to hospital-grade states of sanitation to fight disease transmission. This is why we are Global Biorisk Advisory Council certified, proving that our process works as claimed. This is the good housekeeping seal of approval in the facility maintenance industry that follows us. When I decided in 2020 to help professionalize and raise capital for what had been an entrepreneurial LLC, the focus was on one vertical, escalator handrails, with no data to verify the claims. Today, we have data to support our claims, which has allowed us to serve many more verticals and successfully market to major private accounts, such as those on the screen, and to reach public government agencies that have a fiduciary responsibility to the public to address this public health issue. Our opportunities are global and local, and we need capital in order to service these opportunities. There are 1.6 million escalators worldwide, 45,000 in the US in airports, transit systems, shopping malls, hospitals, entertainment sites. We have prospects in Europe, Latin America, Asia, Australia, and the Middle East. Partnerships with big corporations like Juma in Europe, Comex in Mexico add strength and distribution coverage. We have no competition from any competing cleaning or sanitizing system with science-based protocols that work. A full SEC and audit review was completed on our company during our Q1 2023 crowdfunding. What is our ask? Our ask is we seek $500,000 to $1 million through a convertible bridge note bearing 12% interest, good until October 31st. If we close, 80% conversion pricing, $15 million capitalization. The ceiling, upon conversion at Series A funding in 12 to 18 months, and or a Series A close of at least $5 million by the end of the year. Use of the proceeds is to build marketing, sales, and logistical staff. We need more boots on the ground with capital support. Growth to 44 million in sales is application of the Maestro's application devices in the chemicals by 2026 is anticipated. As we are barely scratching the surface as the only player in a $2 billion market, and we are the only player in that market, and that is only the escalator vertical. There are so many others. Monetization, probably some company like Ecolabs is going to start squealing when we're on their turf, and then they'll start talking to us. We have a world-class team. Chris Thompson is iconic in this business. Nobody loves escalators and elevators like this guy. And everybody knows him in the business. He is an expert, 7 patents to his name. Bob DeConing, our CEO, has 4 previous CEO roles with successful exits, and he ran a successful CEO coaching business. We have a lovely board, 1 minute, thank you. We have a professional, active board, fluent in all the necessary disciplines for this complex business. And I'm telling you, it's complex. That's why there aren't a lot of people in it. I encourage you to visit us at our demo showcase and to visit our website. We dominate this category of the clean tech space because we invented it. And we are now, our takeoff time has arrived. Thank you very much. I'm out of breath.
person in the business as far as I'm concerned.
No, I didn't say that. I said we are the only person in the business with a scientifically proven system with the data to back up our claims.
Yeah, but do you have any patents so that, you know, competitors up there?
We don't have any competitors that give us any concern at all, and we have no competitors that we know of in the US or Europe.
So in other words, you have some patents that people can't copy?
Yes, we have patents, and patents serve some purpose, but that's really not the crucial issue. The crucial issue is not only the application devices, but the procedures. You can't sanitize unless you clean first. So you need both, and the way you go about it is particular to our process, and you have to test both ways to make sure what you're doing, and nobody else in the industry is doing that. Thank you very much. On to the next.
So here is NATO from NACX.
Right. Thank you, Harvard. So, some of the guys already participated in last week event that we conducted together with MIT. We're NACX. We're a venture studio of Japanese tech company named NEC Corporation. So, and we're trying to create better startup, supporting the better startup, making them even better. And we already have a 5 years history, and after my presentation, we want to hand over to our most promising startups graduated from NECX program. Okay. So this is a kind of a slide that how NECX is working together with a startup ecosystem here in Silicon Valley. We're getting some technology source from NEC Corporation from the headquarters side, and we're getting engaged with entrepreneurs to create by scratch the startup, or supporting them to create better or more competitive products to the market. Then we decided sometimes to spin out to create a new startup to be investable. Then the program is very standard way of the lean startup, and we are trying to get over the valley of death together with the entrepreneurs. So what's the entrepreneurs to get from our program? So firstly, they could get some technology asset from NEC. And of course, they can enjoy some resources from NECX, including some engineering resources or some others. Then we assign the project members to work together with entrepreneurs, like as a virtual co-founder of the entrepreneurs. Then we invest some amount of money to help the entrepreneurs to work on that journey. And these are some of the active startups that graduated from our program. So today I want to ask the investor to see more on our most promising 3 startups who could follow up after my presentation. And also, if you guys have some interest in that, these companies, please let me know. Let's discuss further. And for the entrepreneurs and the startups here, you have a good potential to participate in our program. So please let me know that discuss about how to engage and how we could help you guys. Okay? And of course, the corporate side or investors or venture capitalists, of course, we are quite open to discuss about the partnership because we are trying to expand our community and also the functions for the startups. So we are quite welcome the partners as well. So thank you very much. And so after my presentation, please stay here to hear the, our portfolio company's presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Manny. I'm co-founder and CEO of Flyhound. Our mission is simple. We find people fast. But in emergencies, finding people is not as simple as you might think. From missing persons, where there's over 600,000 missing persons reports filed each year, to victims of disasters that are becoming more frequent and more strong, and criminal suspects. Every agency has dozens of people it's actively searching for every single day. And they often come back empty-handed. It's a problem that costs hundreds of millions of dollars, but more importantly, costs lives. Flyhound already has a patent issued. It's software added to an existing drone that can locate and identify cell phones on the ground fast. And not just a little bit faster, 100 times faster than traditional methods, in minutes, not days. It's a solution that every agency needs. This is why we have $400,000 in bookings so far, and why 108 agencies, including the US Army, Michigan State Police Department, and Phoenix Police Department have applied for early access to our technology. So, how do we find people? With the phones that are already in your pocket. It doesn't matter if it's an iPhone, Android, or flip phone. With Flyhound, you can see behind walls to tell you where that criminal suspect is hiding, or where that victim is that needs to be rescued. Let's show you how this works. This is our software operating on an existing drone controller that a small police force uses in a park preserve to locate missing hikers. What normally spends hours for them takes minutes. They'll set the drone up, start flying, and instantly start seeing where all the cell phones are in the park, helping them find people who are off trail. All this is done without the victim downloading any application or registering for any service or any infrastructure required at all, because it's on their existing drone. And we built guardrails, both hard and soft protections, to enable the agencies to complete their missions whilst protecting the privacy of the public. Now, for those of you who haven't invested in public safety yet, let me excite you like we excite our customers with this huge market. In the US alone, there are over 18,000 unique law enforcement agencies, each with autonomous purchasing authority. In a market that has grown for 46 consecutive years, longer than I've been alive. And with drones specifically, have seen 800% growth year over year since 2019. This is a market where there's $200 billion in annual spending. This is today's public safety market. Now, there's a challenge that other companies in public safety face, and that's the dreaded long sales cycle. You've heard about it. It could take 12 months to close one of these deals. But with Flyhound, we've unlocked a rapid sales cycle difficult to achieve in B2G sales. How? Two ways. One, with annual pricing that falls below required bid thresholds, allowing us to avoid the capital budget process. And two, a funding pathway that incentivizes agencies to close quickly, often within 90 days. And our most recent customer closing in just 8 days, with an 88% gross profit margin. Now, Flyhound isn't just about public safety. There are literally thousands of use cases across many verticals for localization: construction, mining, defense, entertainment, and supply chain. We find anything that matters with a $22 billion plus potential market. My co-founder Antonio and I have backgrounds in telecom, my education's in criminal justice, giving us the edge to deliver this to government, and our lead developer left the Air Force where he worked on drone programs to bring this tech to the civilian world. We've raised $700K in our pre-seed round and are currently raising our seed round, looking for $1.5 million. Thank you so much. I'm Manny Shnelia, and we are Flyhound.
I like the technology. I came from telecom background as well, so thanks for sharing. I was wondering if you can elaborate a little bit in terms of how your tech works. Do you sense signals coming from cell phones, and if so, how do you associate those signals with specific owners of those phones?
Sure. So our technology actually listens for control messages that are sent from phones on the ground that are communicating with the network or the towers. This works even if the network is down or there's no coverage. So with those messages, we're able to discern your identity through something called the IMSI. It's a unique serial number of your SIM card. And we use those messages to take distance measurements, which as the drone moves, we actually use pseudo-trilateration to give you an exact location of that person.
Okay, got it. Sales-related questions. How many customers do you have right now for it, and from which of the groups are your first customers?
We have 4 customers using our early access technology right now, and I mentioned 108 customers who have already inbound applied to be the next to use our device. All of our initial customers are police departments.
So the next funding round you are doing now, do you need it to get these customers on board, or can you cover them without it? What's your plan right now?
Right now, the use of funds go into engineering resources to improve our range. So right now we're making enhancements to both the software design to meet the needs of the customers, as well as range to go farther and farther, as well as to grow the team to bring on salespeople as well.
What about devices with dead batteries? Could you locate those devices?
No, the scenario where we don't work is if you have a dead battery or if your phone is underwater. But if in any other case, as long as you have your phone on you and it's powered, even if there's no service, we can find it.
So is this the predominant and the only use case for which you're going to use this technology, or this is something where there could be other potential use cases as well? Locating and spotting missing people is just the one thing, or a location-based technology like this could be used to do maybe, I don't know, oil and gas exploration or mineral exploration or other monitoring activities where which would be extremely difficult and tedious for humans to execute on.
100%. We chose public safety as our initial use case because it actually requires the least amount of investment around infrastructure, because we're searching for your cell phones that already exist. So it's just about the software to add to the drones. We have all those other use cases that take advantage of additional technology that we would add to that to be able to support construction, mining, oil, gas, supply chain.
What would be the device which would be at the ground level instead of a phone, where this could be retrofitted for some of these use cases that I talked about? It would be something like a LoRa Sigfox device, LP-MEMS transmitting device. What would it be, and can it work with your solution? Or is it just something that can work with cell phone and cell phone devices only?
Sure, it can work with anything with 4G or 5G technology. So we could build a module that, say, goes into a wristband for amusement parks to be able to track where children might be when they're separated from their parents, so you can instantly find them. Things like that.
Next we have Medabot.
Hello everybody, my name is Avinash Gopal. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Medabot, and we're helping developers cut debugging time in half. As the technical co-founder, I'm well aware of the problem that is debugging. It plagues the industry as it takes over 50% of the time of every developer's day-to-day operations, and then on top of that, it costs companies over $160 per developer per hour. These tools that are being used can only find 10% of the bugs, and these aren't even the most severe. So you may be asking yourself, Avi, well, now that AI is around, how come people aren't using that to find problems? And the answer is they are. However, it's not a viable solution to the problem, with the fact that despite more than 60% of new code being generated by tools like GitHub Copilot, and developers spending less than half the time actually doing new code development, there's still 40% of bugs being created by these tools, particularly logical and security vulnerabilities that are difficult to detect. So what did we do? Well, essentially we built a graph attention model that allows us to analyze the underlying code base structure and code flows. And through that, we can detect patterns that would typically only be visible at runtime, from understanding the underlying code intent and how that spans across code base. Traditional tools like rule-based tools can find very specific patterns. However, these need to be designed directly into the tool itself, and as a result are only really capable of finding very basic style issues. In addition to that, LLMs, while they're very good at generating simple scripts and other pieces of code, are poorly suited for detecting critical issues within code bases due to their lack of understanding of the context of the code base and their sensitivity to hallucinate due to how code is represented within their internal model. Because of this, we've been able to help developers save time by integrating directly within their IDE and find specific runtime-based issues before they occur in production environments. So, how do we do this? Well, functionally, we built an overall methodology that allows us to understand how code is developed and how these code changes impact the overall process. We do this by understanding the code history for various projects from the open source community to company SOPs, and are able to then learn the most problematic coding patterns, and then create context-rich representations that we can use to automatically fix problems by presenting those to LLMs. This allows us to build an ongoing cycle that gives us the ability to find problems as they are occurring within the codebase in real time, and then in addition, learn from how developers are interacting with our tool and constantly refine our approach to find new and more invasive issues, as well as decrease the overall noise of most conventional tools. And we've been able to do this because we've built a research-backed methodology over the last few years, which allows us to be able to identify very complex issues by building a methodology that allows us to understand exactly how code changes are occurring within projects and discover the fundamental reasons behind those changes. This is research that's been backed, and we recently published a paper presented at ICSE 2023. In addition, we also have proprietary classification models that allow us to find these problems in real-time environments, and we can learn dynamically from code history. This enables us to help large enterprises find problems within legacy code bases, preemptively detect problems as developers are creating new code, and audit code created by AI tools to find problems generated within those sets already. We have over 500 different bug detections, and over the last couple of weeks, we've been able to have increasingly large amounts of traction with our VS Code extension, as we have over 2,000 current active users and over 50% growth, and are on track to close over $1 million ARR by the end of the year. This is all due to our fantastic team and wonderful advisors that allow us to have great time. Anyways, thanks for listening to me. If you have any questions or want to try out our tool, check us out at metapod.com.
I think we talked about it a year ago, and I was trying to see if Metapod was in any of the non-marketplaces like iCharm or what have you. So I have a two-part question. If you're in marketplaces, which ones are you part of? And the second part is, one of the issues we discussed was big O implementation and optimization for code complexity. I don't know if you made any progress on that.
Yeah, so for the first question, we're available on the VS Code Marketplace as well as the GitHub Marketplace. So you can find us there for both in the VS Code Marketplace, the live IDE version of the app, and for the GitHub Marketplace, something that can fit within your CI/CD pipeline. In terms of finding optimizations for performance improvements, that's one of the key areas that we've been able to expand into right now, in addition to finding more security issues as well.
I guess my question is more, for my own understanding and appreciating the technical aspects of what you're building. I guess code optimizations, the way they would work for an LLM is what the LLM would generate certain random scenarios, feed them all into into the LLM model, and then come up with that specific instance of random scenario that produces a better result compared to what already is on offer. Is that the methodology, or how would it scale in terms of making highly optimal code recommendations and optimizations for developers?
Right, so fundamentally what we're doing is we're looking at the underlying structure of the code. So we are not using an LLM to detect the problematic inefficiencies within the code. In fact, we built our own custom AI tool to do that. We then are able to then condense that representation, identify the key locations that are relevant to the code being unoptimized, and then present the LLM with specific scenarios on how to improve that code, and that's how we generate optimized code from unoptimized.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yang Feng. I'm the founder and CEO of Beacon Technology. Our mission is to transform labor-intensive farming through AI-powered micronutrition. So the first question, how many of you today eat food more than bread and rice? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Who want to only eat bread and rice in the rest of your life? Can you raise your hand? Okay, not too many of you. So the problem we need to solve is pretty serious because the farming population has dropped sharply. It's only half compared with 20 years ago. And the population is rising. How do we farm and grow different food? And this problem has to be solved. This is our solution. So it's a camera-only AI system to automate farming equipment adjustment. And our AI and robotic software to improve the intelligence 10x by automate the equipment adjustment and make it more accurate and more intelligent. And also electronics is designed for PLC farming environment. So we started in 2022, as of today. We work with 4 largest US growers in wine grape, Gatto, Wine Group, Constellation Brand, Mountain Pacific. We also work 2 of the largest vegetable grower, Andy Boy, Pony Pack, and also one of the largest OEM of tomato harvester manufacturing in the United States. So we have operated more than 600 acres wine group as of today, and our revenue in 2023 is $580K and rising. So the way we approach this farming problem is we focus on reducing 50 to 90% of labor with short time to market. As you can see here, when you have more intelligence in your automation system, your integration cost will be higher because you are promising the customer it's 100% fully automated. On the other side, you can buy a tractor today and you can drive by yourself. There is no integration cost tractor company can provide. However, the labor reduction by that, because low intelligence, will be minimal. And while focusing over there, I call them AI-powered farming equipment. And we focus on the sector that we can significantly reduce the labor, but with short time to market. Here is one example, and here you can see we're doing grape thinning, and this is very labor-intensive farming. Our approach is we augment human to the solution to handle edge cases and also operational problems. So we take our most intelligent and tedious work that human is just not able to do, but we understand in operation there will be some corner cases. So in order to achieve short to market, we always undo the panel to allow manual operation, and also in the meantime we record the data. So those data we can come back to train our system and understand how to improve our system. But we can go to market today. This is our business model. Fundamentally, we are a farming equipment design company. Our core is the brain for equipment, which is the electronic system and also the AI and robotic software system. So we work with early customers, we integrate with them, understand the pain point, and provide whole product solution. And after that, we manage contract manufacturer, and they make those equipment for us, and we come back, we brand it into our system, and we are in charge of sales and service. So when we get to that step, that's a newly intelligent equipment. With minimal integration, we can mass production into the market. Our go-to-market strategy, we have 2 segment customers. One is growers. We always start from growers. And we start with large commercial growers. And usually it's about 30%, around tens of them. For example, Gatto Wine Group or any boy vegetable. And we do direct sales to them, get market lead, and make sure market understand what we're doing. And after that, we switch to channel sales. And our channel partners including equipment rental companies and equipment manufacturers. And through them, we reach to those hundreds of commercial growers. And after that, will be 30% of thousands of smaller growers. We leave them to the last. These are not focused on for us today. And through the sales cycle here, and the equipment manufacturer also getting a sales pipeline, and they usually have their equipment, they also want to automate. And so through them, we charge them RE and minimum order quantity MOQ and also service, and we directly reach their customers. So with them, we do direct sales. Through them, we do channel sales. Our market positioning is intelligent and also diversified. As you can see here, as you can see here, so I'll just, sorry. So our market is, we focus on US and Europe, pruning and thinning grain market, that's about 3.6 billion, and also getting to vegetable harvesting, that's about $9 billion, and eventually focus on equipment manufacturing company, and that's about $150 billion market. We have a team of 7, and half of the team is in manufacturing, half of the team is in AI and robotics. And I have working agriculture automation since 2017. I deeply understand both farming and also technology. So those are investors, and currently we're not in the active price. We already closed our last round, but our next price round will be the first half of 2024 next year. So I want to network with friends, and then so if you are interested in the next round, let me know.
Okay. So I think precision agriculture and automation in agriculture obviously is a huge area going forward, but so that folks can appreciate why something like this is required. Why is customization required in agricultural equipment at all? I mean, isn't this something where you just have ready-to-use products that are used for 30 to 40 years at times? You can rent out this equipment. Why would customization over a period of time improve the yield for the growers in US and Europe? And what is that? Is it the size or the shape of the rotor blades or the way you're harvesting? Can you give specific examples around how you're capturing the images of how these equipments are performing in real time inside the field? And what is that customization that you need to do based on AI, which you then basically work with the OEMs and do mass manufacturing? And initially you work with them.
That's a great question. So what I observe is in the market, it's actually coming part of from technology side. So we really tend to provide whole solutions and just everything, and including myself. In the beginning, when I started my journey, I usually promise my customers fully automation. And when we get into that, usually I find out is that the go-to-market time is much, much longer. So the farmers actually have kind of like fatigue on what we have been promising them. And in the meantime, farmers are actually trying to hack something by themselves because labor is a problem, they're fighting. And there are people, historically, the traditional equipment company, but they're all mechanical guys. The best they know is a laser sensor maybe, or maybe like Hall effect sensors. That's what they can do. And we focus on getting this part value, working together with contract manufacturers to bring this to the market, rather than just trying to own the whole application themselves. And so to answer your question, I think the whole industry is really need this because labor is really a problem. If you drive down the road on Highway 5, you will see in Salinas most of the crops is basically manually harvested.
So we have a few more who might trickle in. Again, investors, if you weren't here earlier, this is what we're going to do. You're going to say your name, what's the name of your company if it is, what kind of fund, angel, VC, family office. What are the amounts that you usually fund, let's say 100,000 to 1 million? And what are the markets right now that you're most actively and most interested in investing in? And finally, how to reach you. Most people say LinkedIn, but whatever method you like. All right, so this is how our startups get to know you a little bit. Why don't you start with Mike?
Hey everybody, my name is Viraj Saran, and it's great to be here. Typically, I invest in slightly earlier stages than the people we had in the first session, seed, pre-seed. But I go up to $1 million, and it's mostly in deep tech, meaning, of course, AI, ML, and SaaS kind of stuff. I don't know much about the health tech space, but I'm pretty much open otherwise. And the best way to reach me is on LinkedIn.
Thanks. Hi, so my name is Jordan Woods, and I'm with StarChain Ventures. We are a co-creation studio, so we work with startups to create kind of revolutionary leading-edge solutions, primarily in the deep tech space as well. So we focus on blockchain, Web3, Gen AI, as well as spatial computing. And we typically work with pre-seed, seed to Series A. So maybe a little bit earlier than the companies we just saw to about the same stage. And looking forward to it.
Hi everybody, my name is Sukhwinder Lamba. I also go by Sukhi Lamba. I'm an angel investor, and I typically invest very early stage, probably pre-seed stage, and maybe 200 max, 200K max. But the market is, I'm market agnostic, but I go for problem and problem solution fit and the team.
Juliet Singh, medical background from large pharma to biotech, and CEO founder on the investment side for the last few years. And with DeBear Partners and family MBC offices, we focus on med-device, pharma, bio, and the range is from $500,000 to $3 million.
All right, I'm Christos Kolias. My background is in telecommunications, so I'm looking investing like in areas of high tech. It doesn't have to be networks or internet, but it can be anything that might be really exciting that we have can propose. Recently, there was someone working on digital fashion startup. That's kind of interesting. So I'm working with other angel investors, so we typically invest between $50 and $250,000. And if you want to find me, you can find me on LinkedIn or right after this event. And actually, we're looking at investments in seed or pre-seed.
Hi everyone, my name is Ye Chen from Lighthouse Capital, and I'm the venture capital. Our fund was founded ever since 2011, and they mainly focus on high-tech consumer products and somehow medical breakthroughs. And our stock portfolio, including the DJI, the Joe, and the Herside, the LiDAR, which was listed in the Nasdaq this February. And our investment range would go from 500K to 2 million for the seed round, angel round. And yes, you can reach me by my LinkedIn, which is shown on the website. Thank you very much.
And I'm Howard Baykosh. I presented earlier, but just to repeat, it's small investments, but up to 100K for pre-seed, seed, focusing primarily on any hardware-related projects, specifically around semiconductor, IoT, blockchain, crypto, and in the consumer electronics space.
Can I ask the investors a quick question? What's the difference between pre-seed and seed? Are there revenue limits or what is it?
So usually with pre-seed, it's going to be pre-revenue. Right now with seed, it's typically around 50 to 100,000 in revenue, and so pre-seed is usually pre-revenue.
So then you're ready for a Series A at what revenue level?
Okay, so if I can give you my perspective, which is I think things are very fluid and they keep changing all the time. Okay? So Series A, what you were asking, could be from a couple of million to some of them have, the first outside funding has been 100 million, and they call it Series A. So it's very fluid. Same with seed and pre-seed. They're just terminologies, really. I don't think you should put anything behind that.
And then I just wanted to add that in a lot of cases for us, pre-seed is, we got an idea. You get something down on paper. You don't have a proof of concept. You've got nothing, right? You're just starting out. Whereas seed, you've already gone and done some work, you made a proof of concept, you've done your market research, you have an idea where you want to go, but you're not quite there yet.
Okay, so we're Pitchit, a multi-channel test. We're a multi-channel lead nurturing application to re-engage prospects. So not cold outreach, super important to make that point. One of the bigger differentiators of our model. So we're going to talk a lot about a case study today. T-Mobile was the first major customer of ours. They're a paying customer right now, 105K ARR, and on a 1-year contract with us. Their model is they have regions that are running advertising. Roughly 100K on any given month. They're getting about 500 inbound form fills or phone calls per day. And then they have a call center, an in-house sales team who fields those calls. And this is the problem. They can only get a hold of and close about 9% of the people who have asked them to give them a quote for their Wi-Fi and phone products. The other 80%, they just can never get a hold of them, no matter how many times they call. And the reason for this is they're clicking an ad and filling a form or calling in, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're ready to talk and buy right now. And the agent's ready to sell right now. So that's the mismatch. It's also all voice-based and not text-based. Okay, back away, there's a lot of feedback. So this is what it actually physically looks like before hiring Pitchit. It all ends up on Excel, which is where it dies because it's not actionable there. The CFO looks at it and sees they're wasting 95% of their ad budget, and then they fight about it. Marketing team says it's a lot of leads. Sales team says there's a fifth of what they get, and they make no sales, and the CEO is confused, and every region has the same problem, and they have their own softwares to solve it, but the pie chart tells it all. I pulled that from real data a month ago. The results of incorporating an application that can take that voice conversation into text, which has real Gen AI implications, is incredible. 5x the reply rate that they got before using Pitchit. They have had 18 hours of manual labor saved per day. That's about 4 hours for every 50 leads. They've re-engaged 25% of leads that actually went cold and stopped answering phone calls simply because another channel was frankly the preferred way of being contacted. And they've had more revenue on every single day than what they pay us monthly for the subscription, purely because of Pitchit's involvement. So this is what we're actually replacing, and this is effectively an SDR's job before making a phone call to a lead. We're automating all of that. And then the future implications that we're going to run through later on will go even further to make it so that SDRs are, frankly, a lower skill level needed in order to even conduct the position. The value prop here is accelerate this nurturing process. It'll increase your conversion rates, and it'll make your sales team a lot more efficient. They're on the phone more often and doing manual work and Excel work a lot less. The business model is SaaS-based, 50 to 100K in ACV. I'm going to skip because we're running out of time. The vertical one is telecom. We have probably the best case study you can ask for in that space. The next vertical is insurance. We have some pretty well-known people in our pipe, some of the biggest players in the space. The future implications of Gen AI, as you can all imagine, is once it's text-based, you can automatically categorize and handle most of the nurturing, so only about 20% needs to be manually done. This is what we're building and what we're raising seed funding to do specifically right now. The main differentiator between us and competitors is competitors are all about either cold outreach or they're a CRM made for account-based one-to-one marketing. In this space, the velocity is way too high to have one-on-one relationships. Selling insurance, selling telecoms, really time-consuming. The reality is it's a low price point per month. They can't do a 6-month CRM relationship with 500 leads a day, especially if only 10% of them pick up the phone. You can't just call them back the next day because you have 500 more leads the next day. Every single 6-day sequence, that's thousands of leads, they just move on. So traction, we raised $925K. We are raising $1.2 million, so we're most of the way there. We already have someone committed to run our seed round of $2 million, so we're really just trying to close this pre-seed up fast before moving on to the next round. My team, so I was a data scientist. At Frame Data, we sold that company to Square. I've also been in sales and marketing, so I'm a great fit because it's a marketing software helping salespeople with really intense ML and data-driven implications in the back end. So I'm a great product manager for it. That's it, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Very good presentation. I have a question about, you said SDR.
Yeah.
Are you really replacing SDRs, or you're having SDRs, human in the loop, that kind of situation?
So yeah, focusing on T-Mobile, they don't actually call them an SDR. I think that's more of a tech term. These are just inside salespeople in charge of handling calls or form fills as their entry point. So it's not really a cold calling position or a cold email position like we see in SaaS. But I call it SDR because I come from SaaS, and so that's how I kind of position. It's like an entry-level sales role for inbound leads.
So your solution is going to take care of them, and you don't need them anymore inside sales?
They are needed. They will be less needed once the Gen AI version comes out, and that is absolutely needed because it's not profitable to have that many people with that low of a conversion rate. For the industries we're focusing on, they're trying to actively get rid of them.
So can you quantify as compared to today's operations, what percentage of inside sales?
Yeah, so for T-Mobile, it's 24 hours of daily work being replaced per day. So that's roughly 3 full-time jobs. They won't be needed anymore. And that's about $60K a year per job, per region. And they have 5 regions. So it's well into the 7 figures they would save them. Thank you.
So what are you using the funds for? I didn't quite get that.
To build the Gen AI tools and that team around that, and for sales. To take that case study to market.
Great, yes. My name is Svetlana, and I am the founder of Quadrant Education Services. We are an innovation company in education. There are 2 billion children globally, and we spent $3.24 trillion on their education. It's a huge market, and this will triple by 2030. The problem is, and the reason I'm here, is that the mass production of students is not working. Sure. Not everyone learns the same way and at the same speed. And this is the flaw of the underlying education system right now. We're looking to build a new way to educate students, a personalized program which is targeting to build a mindset for young entrepreneurs and innovators. And we're building a skill set for the future. We're looking at faster learning and also higher retention of knowledge. Our product is a global network of schools that are powered by an AI platform. We believe AI can personalize education. It serves similar to a diagnostic system for doctors, except for the schools, and it would serve parents, educators, and students to really understand and optimize the learning process for every single student. So the product really has 3 components: our in-person schools in each country, we have the AI platform, and we have real estate. Currently, we have our first program running successfully. It's actually been launched in 2018, and it is located in Philadelphia. We have 20 students, and there is revenue of $350,000 annually. We also have partnerships that we've built globally and with universities, and we have preliminary design of the AI education platform. The business model is pretty straightforward. We can own, operate, or franchise the schools, and these schools then become customers to the AI platform. And it's, the $90,000 is the long-term value for each student. And we're looking to build schools at 100 students per program. We have competitive base. There are networks of schools out there, but we are the only one that are based on an AI platform and also global and personalized education at scale. The team has educated collectively 5,000 students. We have expertise in education, strategy, real estate, marketing, as well as exit experience. We're asking for $1.8 million seed round to open 6 programs and to launch our AI platform. Obviously, it's on a rolling basis. And there is opportunity to invest into real estate, or you can just launch a franchise school, which is $100,000. So we're looking at either raising money at the holding level or individual schools in each country. We're looking for impact investors that can join us on the mission to create the next generation of entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Good presentation. So in terms of, I think the model is pretty clear in terms of what you're trying to do. Now school is usually free for a lot of people in the US, not always the case around the world. So who's the target market? Obviously there are a lot of private families, but they're already going to other schools. How do you get from your school?
Hello? Yes, 25% of students are in private schools right now, so that's our target market. We are a tuition-based model, and we're looking for parents that are looking for more for their education for students. We have, most of our parents right now are entrepreneurs, tech companies, and a lot of people that think differently and understand that there is a new way that you need to educate students. And there is an inherent need, and we feel the market is moving that way. There's a gap right now for progressive alternative education.
Just extending on that question, is it solely a licensing model to private schools, or are you also going to maybe create your own reference school, your own school franchise, and like chartered schools are doing?
Right, so our first prototype school is our own school in Philadelphia. We fully own the model. We will own more schools or franchise or operate schools. So I'm talking to someone in Malaysia and Guatemala right now, and they're interested in bringing the program there for their top talent, and Guatemala wants us to operate the school. They have the real estate, or Malaysia wants us to own the real estate.
What are the main features of your special education? I mean, would you please walk us through some use case or how the children will get what kind of education from your institutions?
Yes, so this is a full academy. So kids go through middle and high school. They graduate with a diploma. As part of the program, they also build startups and they travel. So right now I have graduates from the program. They have 3 startups each, which are running, and they also have traveled to 6 different countries. And they're graduating with a very different mindset. They're really think like entrepreneurs. They've pitched, they've traveled the world, and they're ready to go. So we're really focusing on building a new mindset for them. And that includes intellectual challenge, creative challenge, as well as global citizenship.
So next we have Aaron Geyer from QuickArt.
Hello, hello. Hey, what's up everyone? My name is Aaron Geyer. I'm the CEO and founder of QuickArt, and today I'm incredibly excited to introduce you all to the first seamless checkout solution that automates grocery delivery fulfillment. But before getting into that, let's take a look at the supermarket industry and the largest trend today, which is the rapid growth in third-party grocery delivery, which is actually growing at over 26% year over year. And while this is awesome for e-commerce in general, it's actually creating substantial challenges for the retail industry as a whole. And the reason is simple. The fact that there are actually millions of delivery drivers which are now shopping and going through the checkout process on a daily basis, which is causing incredibly inefficient and expensive e-commerce operations. Really the main reason being, checkout is and has been the single largest operating cost for retailers, and it's now substantially decreasing e-commerce efficiency for providers. And it's more than just a small problem, as it's actually decreasing e-commerce margins by over 5%. This was an analysis done by McKinsey, and basically it states that the checkout process itself actually costs about 2 to 4% just in labor cost for a $100 order. It wastes between 5 and 10 minutes per delivery, which is nothing small given it's the #1 KPI that providers track. And it costs about 1 to 3% for a prepaid debit card transaction, which is making it actually the single largest cost driver for all e-commerce operations. And so what we've built solves that. This right here is actually our first MVP, and it completely automates the checkout process for third-party delivery drivers. It uses a series of AI, computer vision, and sensor fusion. And basically the way it works is we attach it to a store's existing shopping carts, and at which point delivery drivers from our partners can walk in and use this device to scan items as they place them in the cart. We then use, as I said, AI, computer vision, and sensor fusion to actually analyze the items that are going in to make sure that they're the correct items in real time. And this enables an automatic digital payment directly from delivery providers to that store, and their drivers can walk out as soon as they've grabbed the last item. And what this does for stores themselves is it actually increases e-commerce margins from between 4 to 6% by reducing or eliminating the shrink associated with e-commerce fulfillment, as well as, of course, the checkout cost, increasing the in-store speed, and eliminating the debit card and credit card processing fee, which is huge. And that's why we believe we have a real opportunity to become standard checkout for all of US grocery delivery. And the way we're able to do this is we have built the single most scalable and easy to adopt, also the only universally functional checkout solution in the entire market. Our hardware costs $500, it's installed in an hour, and the software is instantly functional in any store. And so we're actually able to provide a unique business model where we provide these quick carts to stores for free and simply charge a 2% transaction fee per delivery, which is retail friendly and gives us a chance to actually tap in and monetize from the growth of this huge industry. And we are going to do just that, as we actually have pilot interest from the 2 largest US supermarkets, Kroger and Albertsons. They combine for about 5,000 stores, and we're currently partnering with 3 of the 5 largest delivery providers in the country in DoorDash, Shipt, and Point Pickup. And as a result, we're currently raising our pre-seed round with the goal of launching our first official revenue-generating pilot programs, most likely in Q1 of next year, if not towards the end of the year. Today we've raised $225K. We have 15 UC Berkeley engineers who worked hard for the last year to build this, and we believe we can completely redefine the e-commerce fulfillment process. And so if you're interested in learning more, I'd love to chat after this. Thank you.
Very good presentation, thank you. Very timely. Instacart is coming with the IPO tomorrow, so that will be your next customer. I'm just trying to understand very good numbers you presented, but as compared to current automated checkout, like you see in Costco and others, right, already have, self-checkout. How does these numbers change? Are these numbers as compared to completely manual checkout versus what is there?
Yeah, really good question. Fun fact, delivery drivers actually are not allowed to go through self-checkout, given the fact that tax has been paid online from the original consumer, and going through regular checkout would actually be double taxing that order, so they're not allowed to. On smaller orders, sometimes they do because, well, they do their own thing, but self-checkout itself actually takes them longer to check out. It's easy for us when we have 10 or 20 items. Most of the time, they're fulfilling 2 or 3 orders with potentially 100 or more items, so it would actually take them quite a lot longer. So those numbers were from traditional checkout, would probably be worse for self-checkout, but they're not even allowed to do it.
Yeah, interesting presentation. So how are you going to protect your business from competition? Question number 1. And whether we can actually expand this to individual.
Yeah, that's one. Sorry. Great questions. One, we actually started out as consumer-facing seamless checkout. We've been around for about 2.5 years, and while we still have interest in our consumer-facing application, we basically had a unique go-to-market strategy to try to overtake some of the players who had a head start, with the strategy of partnering with delivery providers, solving it for them, using their pre-existing retail relationships, because they know pretty much 80 to 90% of the entire market, to gain widespread penetration, switch to a consumer-facing version, which we've actually already built. And along the way, we realized the problem for delivery drivers was actually larger than for consumers. We're the only ones with partnerships in place with these major providers, and we're the only one that actually have built a unique neural network, which is instantly functional and actually works differently than any other competitor. Don't have time to kind of get into it, but yeah, quite a bit of barriers to entry.
Last question?
Thank you so much. All right. Next, David Adler from Open Workspace. Hi.
Thanks for having me. My name is David, and I am the founder and CEO of TapCentric, the business developing Open Workspace. Open Workspace is proprietary software that aims to advance the state-of-the-art of the desktop. It's actually the 50-year anniversary of the desktop this year, so I thought it would be kind of cool to start out with a trip through the evolution of the desktop and give a quick glimpse of where we intend to take it from here. So, you want to cue the video? Do we have any volume on that? Oh, we got to do volume. We can get the gist of that, I guess. Can we do any volume or no? I spent probably 8 hours syncing audio up to this with an Upwork contractor last week. So there we go. Okay, cool. So we have this burning problem today on the desktop, and that our systems still work the way they did so many years ago. Pre-web, when we had a handful of resources, and we didn't spend 6 to 8 hours at our desktop for work, which we do today. So today we have hundreds of millions of live websites and over tens of thousands of web services and apps to juggle between various tasks, activities, and processes that dictate our day-to-day work. Sorry, I'm reading a little bit. I'm not a professional pitcher. So the cost of finding information is disproportionately large. Part of our work today, research has it at, Okay, so some research has it that we spend a third of our workday just finding information. That kind of manifests in, at the end of the workday and the end of the work week, most of us have 50 tabs up because the cost of closing tabs is disproportionately is expensive to resurface the tab. So we have 30 seconds left in this bit. All right. Okay, stop by the demo table. So here's how Open Workspace works. Users build tiled window layouts of tabs and windows that are needed to carry out some task in the computer process. Okay, there it is. Q&A. Please stop by if you're curious. We're set up out in the demo showcase. We have the product set up, and maybe I can get to the rest of the things there.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you, not finish yet. Guys, go.
Comment that on the video, I would perhaps just skip it because I didn't grasp any point there.
Okay.
And utilize that time to present more
Good call. Thank you.
effectively.
Thank you.
Also, I'm sure you've probably seen Vision Pro.
The headset?
Yeah, the headset.
Sure.
So are you moving in that direction? Because it's hard to tell what you
Yeah.
next.
Are you talking about with the device? We're
Just
going to
basically-
set to run our software?
Yeah.
No, we're building software for the current paradigm, which is two-dimensional and multiple monitor paradigm. So most of us work on multiple monitors, and so the software we're building is emulating that experience and adapting our systems to the larger, higher resolution displays of today. Thanks. Thank you.
My name is Sergey, and actually we produce with the house this event more than 5 years for now. And thank you, Zahao, again for having us as a partners. So and usually I do technical part, but today I'm also gonna present the company for whom we do consulting. The name of the company, Westate. It's a fintech company. I hope Alisa can switch on presentation. Why we do consulting for this company? I had a bank back in Russia, and it was quite big bank with asset more than $700 million, and we focused only on car finance. And for now, we just looking into that industry. I mean, fintech industry and neobanks. As you know, guys, it's really quite a fast-growing industry. And I hope to switch on a presentation to show you a couple slides. But it still doesn't work. I don't know why.
It's telling me it needs to reload because
Okay. So, it's more than 300 neobanks in the world right now, and most famous might be Revolut, if you know, guys, right? They grew just in 5-7 years from scratch, and they still doesn't have a license at all. I mean, so evaluation of Revolut right now around 34 billion, I think, right? If you're familiar with this industry, but yeah, now it's good. And why we can see such a fast-growing industry? First of all, what we need actually from banks, we need a simplicity, right? We need a service, and maybe, of course, some services in niches, which is really important for us. Again, for example, here in US, a new neobank with the name Majority, they just opened services for migrants. And it's a very, very successful startup. Actually, BRICS also startups which they opened kind of neobank here in the US for startups, right? As you know. And why we can see again, just because through the niche, it's easy to go into the market. For example, if we go back to Westain company, which we do consulting for, they started with immigrants to Europe, and then next circle, it's relatives who come on board of this company through kind of referral programs, and then what they did, they joined all crypto community. And that's really amazing numbers, what we can see. So they have already more than 300,000 clients, and every month they onboard more than 5,000, something like this. So again, with such an amazing growth rate, it's possible to kind of, well, focus in a niche. They have a plan how to go to market through this immigrants niche in Europe. And of course, integration with the crypto, that's important, because to have services like all-in-one wallet, it is very convenient. First of all, so you don't have to think about how to transfer money from fiat to crypto and back, and vice versa. And they have a team. They actually based in Irish, based on Irish bank PFS, and very strong developers from East Europe. So they are raising $2.5 million right now, with pre-money valuation 10 millions. And again, it's a profitable company right now. So to have a profitable growth during such a kind of aggressive marketing, it's really amazing for me, for example. And you are welcome on board of this profitable kind of company, not a startup. Yeah, I'm ready to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nice presentation. So a couple of questions. So one is, I couldn't quite understand, are you part of the founding team? Are you mentioned consulting?
We do consulting for this team, yeah. They didn't come, unfortunately, for our event, but they're supposed to be here. That's why I can helping them to present. Okay. But yeah, I'm involved in these projects since February. We started to work with them on a regular monthly basis, so I can actually tell about all numbers, and yeah, you can ask me any questions.
So do they have a presence in the US, or is it mostly based in Europe?
Just in Europe right now, 14 countries, England, French, Spain. That's 3 more of the location, most of them. But they are thinking about US market.
So my question is, you said it's a profitable company, right? Typically investors won't ask you, but why is money? You're profitable, why don't you spend your own money and don't dilute your company?
Well, so it's aggressive marketing. As you can see, 60% they really need for marketing campaigns. And it's possible for them to grow without any investment. And if you look deeply in a financial model, you will see how it's possible to accelerate this growth. That's why. Okay, thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Oleg, and about 4 years ago I was sitting at the pitching event like this one, and I was listening for founders who was complaining that they spent months and years to build software. And I got this sticky idea, why we can't build software overnight? Actually, from the very beginning of mankind, we have been looking for ways how we can make software development faster and cheaper. We started from punch cards, moved to high-level programming languages. We even have AI assistants like GPT, but we're still there. software development process is painfully slow and expensive. So that is why we created no-code platform, an advanced no-code platform that can create server, web, and mobile application by source code generation. It's a kind of big IDE where business users, citizen developers, business analysts can drag and drop everything. UI, logic, endpoints for back and front and mobile, and under 30 seconds our platform will take all those requirements, the blueprints, will generate source code with multiple programming languages, compile, test, and deploy under the 30 seconds. So it's almost immediately. Actually, no-code market is growing twice as fast as the standard software development market, and so because of COVID, because of Russian and Ukrainian war, you can't outsource software development to that region anymore. That is why more prices, more demand, and of course we need to keep changing because the environment changing very fast. No-code development market is already very, very crowded, so a lot of companies. But we have a lot of unique features that keep our product as one of the fastest growing. So first of all, we create real applications. So our platform in the end gives documentation, application files, and the source code. So technically it's the same like you bought these services from any software development company, and of course there is no technical debt because everything is handled by the platform. As a result, 10 times reduction in time to market. You can build software 10 times faster, 3 times cheaper. Fully compliant with PCI, DSS, HIPAA compliance, and ISO. As a result, we can work even with government agencies. Government agencies can use and already use our platform to build software. And users love us. We have a lot of good feedback on most platforms about Upmaster. Our user base is almost 100K users, probably we will hit in a couple of months 100K. And according to G2, we are the fastest growing no-code platform on the market with more than 300 competitors. Our priority, we have 3 focuses. So first of all, we're looking for the new enterprise customers from Fortune 500 or Inc. 5000. So we want to test on real big and famous customers. Second priority, we're looking for meaningful partnerships. It's one of the greatest ways to penetrate a lot of markets around the world. And the third and the last focus, we are preparing for Series A funding. Till this day, for the past 4 years, we are completely bootstrapped. We never raised, we never get any loans or something like that. And by the way, we have 500,000 of unique visitors on our website with no paid ads. So if you can help, just reach out to me. If you have customers, if you have make an intro, or you want to participate in our funding rounds, you are welcome. So thank you.
It's interesting. No-code's been around for a while, so like you said, hundreds out there. With the enterprise, the real concern with no-code is that you often do right for customization, no platform for everything. So, even though there has been this big surge in no-code, there's kind of a counter surge as well. That's how we. How do you deal with that type of concern? That your platform will need to be able to accommodate some type of coding, or do you feel that it's good to go?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a really good question because we hearing this question quite often from customers. And actually, our approach is, as an engineer, as a developer, you can create high-level logic. You can create customizable UI, but don't touch the source code. And that's a secret sauce because every time when you implement changes in your documentation, we just regenerate application from scratch. Once again, no technical debt, and technical debt accounts for 40% of all budget of software development. If you need to do very, very custom software development, for example, train AI, obviously it's impossible with our platform. Most of our customers create microservices. It's something that you can send to patent office, but you can cover with our platform like 95% of your needs, and there is no silver bullet, and you know it. But in general, we cover a lot of cases, especially with enterprise sector. So if we can cover 95%, there is no problem. They can extend. But our general idea, we will not let anyone touch the source code. The only way to send this source code for certification and compliance.
So what do you want to use? So what's your ask?
So we are planning to raise about 6 million. At the end of this year, when we hit 1 million area, we already have 0.7, and we grow a lot. And of course, market is growing.
And for what? What are you going to use this?
One of the biggest problems with no-code is adoption. So there are so many people who want to create applications, websites, but only 3% of them actually can build something meaningful. And that is why we are building partner network and schools for no-code developers, for business analysts, and usually it takes a lot of money. And of course, we are still not profitable. We have a lot of customers, but we have a huge development team to build and enhance our product. So first of all, partner and sales.
Nicely done, nicely done. Thank you. I'm here to announce our next presenter. My name is Harold Graham from Ignite TTM. Siddhava asked me to take over her duties for a few minutes while she gets a break. How about a round of applause for this so far with all the work she's put in? Thank you. So we have Anton Trinin.
Hi. Show me your watches. Show me your watches. 35% of smartwatches are really smart. It costs on average $500. And you have a lot of apps to install with it. But you need to charge them every day. That's the reason why I'm done with my Apple Watch. The rest 65% of watches cost around $50. You don't need to charge them daily, the whole battery is really good. One problem. You have no way to install apps. SEPT Watch company developed a way to make smartwatches really smart. Imagine, one day you install the firmware update on your watches, and then you have the whole market of apps. Wonderful, right? What the secret sauce? Our CTO developed the technology to run apps on your phone and cloud servers, and then display it on your watch. This is transaction business model for app developers and advertisement or subscription business model for users. And we share revenue. 70% of that goes directly to app developer. And the rest 30% we share between us and brands. And it allows brands to make new money on already sold items. We have 200 million of users who already bought watches and actively use this. We expect $10 yearly revenue per user. We have 1.7 billion of SAM, and now we have good opportunity to take 20% of that amount and make it our revenue. At the moment we have proof of concept, sales and product development teams are created and formed. The first app developers and brands are pre-subscribed. I founded 2 startups, married a fund with 3 unicorns in portfolio. Alex is genius CTO who headed Intel Apple and then Intel Microsoft Corporation on graphics. Marie built a company with 23 million revenue per year as co-founder and CFO. Now, show me your phones. Yeah, show me your phones. I don't see your phones. Okay. Take the picture of this slide and find me later. We need 500K safe investments. Take the picture of this slide and find me later. Questions?
So I saw your slide, you have Indian market as the first market.
Right.
Why chose India? I'm an Indian. I don't pay too much to any apps. Right?
Because Indian market is huge. And the board you saw on the slide is the second largest player in the market. They have now 30% of Indian market of smartwatches. Now we're negotiating with them. They're really interested in cooperation with us. Also, we're negotiating with the first player in the market, Indian market too. I'm sorry?
What's the ecosystem? Is it all Android or what kind of operating? I mean, you're going to get some operating system, right, in addition to your hardware?
Good question. I'm calling now the CTO to answer this question.
Hey guys, show me your wallet. What was the question?
What's your software ecosystem? Is it Android or what?
Right. Problem with these watches, they are very greedy on memory. So they have very, very tiny CPUs, no GPU support at all, and we talk about not megabyte of memory, but kilobytes available. So it's very hard to squeeze any technology in it. This is why they are not so smart, actually. And I developed the technology being almost 30 years a developer, and as you saw, like I'm hitting quite a, okay? So I developed a way how to do very sophisticated compression algorithm that is working on the phone and then emits the graphics to the watch. Yeah.
Here, did you guys bring a prototype to show us?
Prototype, not yet. We have some.
You said that you had one, right?
Come again?
You said that you had one.
We have POC, so we have some programmable watches where we have some progress, but we started recently. It's like about maybe 2 months of development.
What's the retail price going to be?
We don't sell watches. We just talk to the brands and we give them the tiny client that they built into their firmware update. And next time on already sold watches, people see, oh, there is a market there.
So next is Competes TV.
Thanks so much, Sahara. So nice to meet all of you. So I'm Emily Ward, and I'm delighted to introduce to you Competes TV, competition meets video. And hopefully I meet my PowerPoint. There we go. All right, everybody. So creators on large video platforms have issues. They want more and they need more. They want to earn more revenue, more followers, and they want greater engagement with their fan base. If you're a creator, and unless your video goes immediately viral, it's literally invisible, like you're a minnow in an ocean of whales. Also, too, keep in mind that short-form video creators, they're actually doing lead gen on Twitter and TikTok to get to more revenue-producing YouTube and long-form video. The other problem is they've got platform lockdown. They're locked into the followers that they have per platform. It's not easy to port over. Compete solves that. Compete is the first video competition platform built straight for video. We make it really easy for creators. They just take their top videos or best videos and port them over, or they create new videos. And all of the revenue that they earn is on top of their existing ad revenue. We're strictly additive, we're not subtractive. I'm going to show you how it works. So here's an example of a competes competition. Picture 4 dancers. They've all got followers, but their followers vary in size and they're on different platforms. So what happens is they load the videos. When we start the competition, we send them a URL. They send it out to their followers and say, hey, if you like me, please vote for me. And when their followers vote, they have to download our app. And so immediately, right, they're getting the benefit of actually the followers from all the other contestants and on all the other platforms, which makes us insanely viral. So here are our advantages. One is our technology. We have a proprietary multi-view technology that allows us to stream seamlessly over mobile. We're very lightweight. Also, too, we're platform agnostic. The great thing is for video creators, we want them to be on multiple platforms. Don't leave TikTok, don't leave YouTube, don't leave any of your platforms, because that way you can take over, if you will, and add to your followers by getting them on Competes TV. And lastly, we talked about network effects. So picture multiple contestants with multiple followers on multiple platforms. Our business model is really simple. We're mainly advertising revenue, but the benefit of our unique and proprietary multi-view technology is that you can't skip ads, and we're multiplying ad impressions. So we return more money for both us and for our creators. Traction. So we've got a lot of traction. We've already built the platform. We're actually in version 1 of curated contests. We're going to launch soon on iOS. And in 3 months, we'll be able to launch a version 2, which will be anybody, anywhere in the world can create a contest, and anyone, if you will, can start a contest. We're raising a $2 million seed round, and we are in it. We have skin in it. We have invested $1.2 million plus $4 million in the proprietary multi-view technology. And the market. Market is amazing. Did any of you know that there are over 1.2 billion short-form creators? And they're anticipated to grow over 77% year over year. And all those creators want more money and more following. Here's our team. Got an amazing world-class group team. And my time's up. Thank you so much.
So I like gamification of apps and things. So what is it that the user gets for participating and voting? So what's in it for me?
Great question. We actually have rewards. We have hotel rewards, restaurant rewards for people that submit videos. We also have cash prizes, and also we are doing, I would sort of say, lotteries. It's a little bit complicated, but it will be something that will be really cool. And two, if you are a fan of a creator, you're going to want to see your creator win. So we also enable tipping, of which 95% goes to the creator, and microtransactions.
So what is the purpose of having a contest in the first place?
So think about it. In life, don't you always have competitions? Don't you think about when you go to eat, like, which restaurant do I want to go to? Or which dancer do I like to watch? Or have you ever watched American Idol? Do you watch ESPN? Do you watch football? I mean, all of those are competitions. Everybody's interested in who's the best, but when you watch something, you actually like to watch things of a similar genre. I like French Bulldogs. I want to watch the cutest French Bulldogs, and I can watch 10 French Bulldog videos in a row. That's just me. But everybody has stuff that they like to see, so why not create something that encourages people to port over their best videos to increase their number of followers and revenue?
How would you just connecting the dots of all those platforms of the medias in technique? I mean, during the competition of the videos, they just transfer those recording to your platform, or you just stream them into the original platform?
Yeah, that's such a great question. The thing is, we're actually, because we're platform agnostic, we're super friendly. So all you have to do is, once you download the app, you click a button and you port your video over if you're the creator, right? So your video stays where it is. It stays on TikTok, it stays on YouTube, because you want to push that URL link to your following. But meanwhile, your video, because it is your video, also lives on Competes TV. It's a very simple port, upload, click. sorry? Yeah, so the main thing is that you can only port it over if you're the copyright owner. So if you're not the copyright owner, we follow notice and takedown. I worked for eBay for 14 years and kind of know notice and takedown. So yes.
Just about your growth, can you tell us about so far what's been your growth trajectory?
Yeah, great question. Well, investors are coming, it's a really good question. They're coming in a great time because our multi-bid technology that this is the foundation of is tested and it works beautifully. We're in beta testing. We will launch in iOS in the next month or two. So we'll be coming very close. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Okay, our next presenter is going to be Valentin Preobrazhensky. Welcome, Valentin.
Thanks a lot. So I'm Valentin Preobrazhensky. I'm building AI Copilot for traders. 10 years ago, I worked at hedge funds, and I realized that many people in the professions, they are not sure who are the traders. Are they gamblers or they are the planetary brain? And I want to know your opinion. Who thinks that traders are just gamblers? Please raise your hands. One, two, very few. Who thinks that traders are planetary brain? Also raise hands. 1, 2, 3. Pretty the same. Everybody else, what do you think? Okay, so many traders do not have sufficient information and financial education to make their fundamental decisions. So they stick to some magic, to technical analysis. And there is a joke that if somebody is coming to trading desk for interview, the traders, real traders, give him a chart and ask him to predict the price based on technical analysis. If he tries to do so, they stop interview. Stop. That's magic, it doesn't work. So you need way more information. And also understanding of it. So you need a very big background to understand the global macro, financial reports and so on. And without this, you can't be really part of the global brain. However, many people have a great potential to be so. And that's my goal. I want them to help to understand what does prices mean, what they price in. The prices are pricing the future, and they can influence and change this future by investing into something they believe will change the future, grow in value, and they will get a stake in this. That's the reason why I'm building the AI chart, which helps to analyze price action, help to find the news, summarize them, explain how they can influence the price action, and also some financial data or on-chain data. And then follow up with some questions to check if the trader really understands, really connect the dot. In order to make it working, so I'm using a system of autonomous agents. That's something I'm work in progress. So there is a router agent which decides which of the next agent to deploy. This depends on the type of the request. For example, show me traders, show me assets which are bought today by successful traders. So this router agent should go and ask the agent focused on on-chain data to find the wallets which are profitable and which tokens are coming to these wallets. And then go to other agent who is focused on news analysis and connect the news with the list of tokens which are coming to the wallets which prove to be successful. Then it is summarized by LLMs and given as an answer. This product is already working for one of the top 30 crypto exchange, And there are 2,000 weekly traders using this. And they get back to trade twice more often than other traders. So I am the founder of crypto exchange for 6 years, and before that I was 7 years in hedge funds, and I want to bring to help people to become stakeholders of the global markets and become stakeholders of the future with this AI technology, which really make it 10 times more easy to learn something which required financial degree before. So this is a non-deal presentation. So this to get acquainted and find like-minded. So welcome to Connect, talk in the networking space, LinkedIn, and so on. Thanks a lot. Not working. You can try mine.
So just a clarifying question. So if I'm trading, let's say I'm trading, wheat, commodity of some kind, do I put in what I'm trading and then it's got a bunch of keywords and it will make decisions for me on whether to buy or sell?
So this would be the next stage to create some auto strategies that's to follow prompt signals. But at this stage it's more advice. So tell me why big price go up. Right? Should go and find how much it grow up, what were the news, what was the weather forecast, and so on. He should find what traders think influence the price action and summarize it for you at this stage.
There's already AI being utilized in the financial sector. So how is your proposal different?
Wait a second. You ask how the proposal is different from?
Like you're doing different than what already exists out there.
There already exists some in-house models, machine learning models and hedge funds. I'm talking about Copilot for retail users, which now use new technology which was non-existent before, such as LangChain, which or some enterprise version of LangChain, which enable autonomous agents to connect via multiple APIs and to decide which data to seek for, even if there is no database. It can find APIs needed, get this data, then kind of put it, send it into LLM with an optimized prompt, constantly optimize it to get the more and more relevant answer. That was impossible just 5 months ago, and now it seems it is getting to be possible. So we can have global API which are used by chains of agents.
Thank you very much, Juan. Okay, next up we have Joanna Zajac.
Hi everyone. Okay, so my name is Joanna. It's so great to be here to show you our product. This is Autoria, AI tool for limitless 3D creation of worlds for game developers, movie makers, and metaverse creators. And this is a lot of time, right? This is how much it takes to produce a game or even longer for a movie. And a lot of, like a big part of this time is creating environments and their parts. Environment is the base of any project. And this is the problem that we are solving with our tool. Because the solution is Autoria that can let the user to do the job quicker, easier, more efficient, and to skip the boring, repetitive part of creation to focus on some details. And I will just tell you the story how it all started. It started over 2 years ago with Alexander, who is the CEO of Autoria. He was also a co-founder of Carbon Studio, which is a Polish VR game company that was established 8 years ago in Poland as an early adopter. And as a game designer, graphic designer, and art director of his company, he struggled with the problem of these repetitive tasks that are time-consuming and expensive to do the same base as the environment for every game project they had. And thanks to him and Michael, who is our genius CTO, we are able to create our MVP that we started presenting this year during some conferences like GDC and Gamescom to get a huge interest among game developers, what is really making us happy. And also thanks to the company that was founded by Alexander, I believe that we got a lot of trust from people who invested the company, so our angels investors this year, but also the people who gave us over $1 million grant 2 years ago that was R&D fund. And how does Autoria solve the problem I mentioned? So with our simple interface that shows our MVP, so rocks and landscapes are ready to show and we are working on reliefs. You can create any landscape from a simple drawing, as you can see, or even from a text prompt, and same about elements like rocks. And we do not want to replace the job of graphic designers. We want to give them the tool that will just enable to create artworks or assets like this one. So to do the base for them with the tool, and to let them focus on the details, because we believe that details matter. They are the things that are important for your project to make it something special and other than just other projects. And 30% is a lot. This is how much time and of course money you can save when you replace the job of graphic designers by using AI for doing the environment. And our combinations are of course some engines and 3D editors. But this is something that still requires a lot of manual intervention and other AI startups. So as I said, we started over 2 years ago, so I think we are a step ahead from them. And also we are independent. So we are not basing on other tool, like a lot of AI startups right now, based on ChatGPT as an engine. We can be an engine for other apps in the future. And potentially we have a huge user base, since you can see that just video games industry and film industry generated nearly 300 billion last year. And we're planning to have two business models. This will be SaaS and enterprise. Enterprise is going to be customized for the company needs. So if they need, for example, Martian environment, we are going to customize the part of the tool just for them. And this is something that we are really proud of. So the last year, we became a part of NVIDIA's Inception program, and tomorrow we are starting TechCrunch. We're selected as one of the 200 best startups this year, and there are only 30 of them that are connected to AI. And right now we are seeking for 3 million to still be the first ones in our industry, to stay this one step ahead from other startups. Thank you.
So a couple of questions. So you said you guys use AI. Today there are a lot of new generative AI for 3D and modeling, and especially what you said, scene creation, both for movies as well as for games.
Can you repeat the beginning of the question?
Okay, so there are the new technologies today for generative AI, like Midjourney and a bunch of other ones, help you create 3D assets for movies as well as for games. So are you guys leveraging any of these technologies, or are you building it some other way?
So first of all, Midjourney is for 2D and Autoria is for 3D. That's the main difference.
I have two questions. The first, in the technical route, are you using 2 steps or 1 step, which means text to 2D and 2D to 3D, or directly from text to 3D, like the point E?
So this is more like a question to our CTO or CEO. I would be happy to just answer it if you come to our table. So we'll be happy to show you also the demo.
Yeah, okay, the second question would be, since you are a world creating, how would you compare it with the Unity and the Illumi? Yeah.
To Unity?
Unity.
Yeah, so it is an engine. I mentioned it in the slide about
They also have this kind of platform for work creating ever since this year.
As far as you know, it's still like a bit different from what Autoria does, and I would say that Autoria focuses more on the quality of natural environments.
How about Illumine? Would you just compare your product with Illumine, the Luma AI?
The Luma AI. So we checked it as well. We are aware of it existing, but we also think that it helps you more with creating some kind of stylized environments, not natural ones.
Thank you very much, John. Next we have Denis Polulyakov. Welcome, Denis.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Denis. I'm co-founder of Tourism Protocol, and today I'm going to talk about the importance of blockchain interoperability for fintech, banking industry, and Web3, of course. Okay, let's have a look at the market. There are 200 public blockchains like Ethereum, Polygon, Solana, and more than 800 private enterprise chains based on the Hyperledger, Corda, Quorum, used by big companies, enterprises like DHL, Walmart, and banks. Moreover, today, more than 50 countries are testing CBDCs, which are based on blockchain as well, and banks are implementing synthetic stablecoins. This industry is booming, but there is a huge problem here. You cannot get blockchains interoperate easily. They just don't speak the same language. This market is terribly fragmented and lacks its lifeblood, communication. But there is a great opportunity. We're expecting today a brand new $3 billion industry by 2032, and in 4 years we're going to reach 1 billion. And I'm talking about only Web3 market. But what problems do we face when we are trying to develop and deliver robust cross-chain communication? Of course, as a standard today, you need your solution has to be secure. Transaction speed is super important, and the cost of this cross-chain transaction is also super important, must be reasonable, right? But today, what is more important is confidentiality. Since you are going to operate with private data, sensitive data, like financial, medical, when you are connecting distributed ledger flows, enterprises or banks. So it's not that easy. So we came up with Tourism. It's a plug-and-play blockchain interoperability solution that lets assets and data flow seamlessly between any public chains like Ethereum or Polygon, or even private enterprise, like the ones used by DHL, Walmart, HSBC Bank, or any fintech solution. So we considered all of the market requirements to fit expectations of enterprises. We have absolutely pure cross-chain validation of transactions. We plug and play, so it's easy to integrate, and we have one of the best prices on the market regarding the cost of cross-chain transaction. And what is more important, we are confidential. It means that we don't have access to the data that we are transmitting through our protocol, and we don't have access to the private keys. Of course, we know our competitors, but we are focusing on specific features for the enterprise players. As for our traction, we graduated from Techstars London in May. 13 blockchains are already connected, and we passed security audit by Hashes. As for business traction, 8 companies so far are building their products on top of Tourism. We secured 7 grants. We won 4 hackathons during this year, and we are heading to ETH Global in New York next week. And we do have revenue. We expect around 100K by November. We have deep engineering team with PhDs in physics, mathematics, and computer science, specializing exactly in cryptography and distributed systems. We have amazing advisors from IBM and Cambridge University who are responsible for CBDC implementation in England, and our investors from Stanford AI and Web3 University as well. Yeah. So announce our fundraising round. We announced it yesterday. We successfully raised 425K on the pre-seed at the beginning of this year. Thanks for your attention.
The L0 problem is very difficult, very complicated, as you mentioned, especially for enterprise. Why do you feel that you have the tech when so many other companies have been working for many years and haven't been successful?
Look, if we talk about zero-layer communication, we have big companies today, but they are like 2 years old. For example, layer 0, 3 billion unicorn right now, but they are more focusing on Web3 market, and we have some specific features. So we have an advantage because we studied their white papers, all of them, and trying to figure out how to build something which is suitable. Now we're consulting Swift regarding interoperability because they are super curious what is happening, and they have a new department who explores interoperability solutions, all of them. And we know what banks, what they want. And since we graduated from Techstars in London, fintech and banking industry is super, strong there, and our mentors from banking industry, we know what they want. That they don't want tokens, they don't want a decentralization, they need confidentiality and this red button to stop any transactions. Yes, existing protocols, usually they don't provide. Quite strong competitor, I would say, is a Chainlink with the CCIP protocol, but we are going to integrate them as one, acting as one of validators, so to make it stronger. So partnership, not war. That's the fact.
But what technology are you using in order to maintain confidentiality?
So it's actually pretty simple. We just don't touch the information. Our client, they have, so usually to connect to different blockchains, every time you need off-chain layer, you cannot connect blockchains directly. Yeah, they were not designed to be connected directly. If we're not talking about Avalanche and Polkadot parachains. So data is transmitted by our clients, and what we do, we transmit proofs that what happened in one chain is that information is valid, and the payload, it's actually the content is correct. So, and we do this validation on chain, and we transfer proofs, and they transfer data, and we provide them with ready-to-use software and abstractions of smart contracts to deploy. It's not exactly this, but probably it's similar architecture, but it's different.
Nice job, guys. Thank you. Okay, excellent. Next we have Martin Picard. Martin, welcome.
Hello, my name is Martin, and I am the founder of OmniOpti, which brings a new dimension of route optimization. So, I guess most of you drive cars, right? So, when you go from point A to point B, what's the best route? Yeah, usually you use some tools, and mostly people say, okay, the fastest route is the best, or sometimes the shortest, but sometimes the best is somewhere in between. For example, I come from Slovenia, Europe, and my wife's family, they're just on the border with Italy. They have a nice wine farm, so we visit them every weekend, and usually we took a shortcut through some hills where the old Roman road went. But Google never provided me that option. And that I was really frustrated by that. So eventually I also, so finding something in between is difficult, And even more difficult if you have several legs of a route. And there are additional constraints like time windows and so on. So there are other options like Google and Waze and so on, but they only provide you single objective, like the fastest or the shortest. Well, we can help you also find the options in between, so alternative browse, trade-off solution, shortcuts, and so on. And especially in logistics, there are several objectives that you want to achieve, and they're often conflicting. And we've seen that using our multi-objective optimization, we can reduce the distance in fuel consumption by 5 to 15%, meaning there's 15 billion yearly possible savings in logistics, in local logistics on a global scale. So yeah, our ask is 1.4 million, which we will use to expand here in US. So the global market is huge, 300 billion. And well, about myself, I'm a mathematician by profession, and optimization is my passion. I like to do things in the best possible way. And most of my career, I've been involved in IT for logistics. We've developed this algorithm and packed it in cloud modules, which can be easily integrated into existing solutions. Business model is subscription per vehicle per month, and we're also establishing partnerships with system integrators. So actually it can be an additional step to what everybody else is doing. Route optimization is a common problem and many solutions exist. However, we do something special which is an add-on to what everybody else is doing. I come from Slovenia, Europe. We have strong adoption there. So from the largest retailer to smaller companies, and we also have several partnerships established. So yeah, we're bringing this new dimension of route optimization to the market, and hopefully you will also join us in this successful journey.
So, route optimization would require some additional data as compared to what Google or Apple is collecting. How do you get that data?
No, we don't need additional data. We just have an additional approach how to process this data. So we take several objectives into account while optimizing the routes. Everybody else is doing a single objective. We do multi-objective optimization.
I don't think that's really true. Like Google Map, they have also fuel-efficient routes.
Yeah, also fuel-efficient or
so
fast.
What do you do different? I mean, it's really hard to understand.
We can take several objectives into account and find the trade-off solutions.
Like what?
Like time and distance, you know, maybe, or fuel efficiency, or safety, or anything, you know. We can tailor it to your needs. But, for example, usually Google gives you the fastest route. But are you willing to invest 2 more minutes if you save 10 miles?
I think it gives you different options, right? I mean,
yeah, we can give you different options, that's it. Google gives you also some additional alternative routes, but very often they're even worse than the basic route. So that I find that hard. Our are always non-dominated, meaning the best possible.
So do you have your own app, or are you integrated into the existing Google Maps and Apple Maps?
We are actually an add-on to what everybody else is doing.
So you have your own UI though, that lets you select these options?
We have some test UIs, but this is not our goal. Our goal is just to be a cloud module engine, which will be in the backend.
Right, but then how would these options be surfaced?
We can also select, especially from several legs, we can find the options which are, let's say, the shortest while still fast enough. So we can give you all the options, or we can select the one which is the best in a given setting.
Just a recommendation for your presentation to put a case study of some kind from your customers that have already used the tool to show its value and what it's really presenting, because that'll make more of an impact and eliminate a lot of these Google questions.
I have it on my laptop, so we can discuss it later.
Thank you.
Okay, well, example, if someone is going from home to work and in the middle someone wants to take coffee, or when we don't with our application, okay, you're up. We provide something, okay? So like this. That. Okay. We want coffee without equality. In that case, we provide the possibility to buy a coffee or application and only pass to take away when the coffee is ready to go without lost time. And after we provide the product availability in which area, like here maybe, provide appointment, pick up from the car. For example, if someone is going driving, is able to pick up from the car without leaving the car. It's like automatic, but we have different stores like coffee shop, pharmacy, maybe and groceries. Interactive map, check also. And consuming at the store, someone prefers to consume in the same store with a separate table, and only just when someone arrives to the store, the food will be ready to eat. About the scalability, we provide the service in different industries, like pharmacy, groceries, household foods, maybe, and different cities and we provide the availability that don't need personal on different cities. We only provide application for the store and for the user, so only without intermediary between us, between them. Sorry. And about the Python diversity, we are integrated with Stripe, so in that case, we are able to study faster. And about our strategy, initially, we prefer to provide horizontally, provide competitive commissions. So in that case, the users prefer, for the user, this solution is more competitive to another solution that provides a very big commission or size. Okay, the big producer is from tools and thanks to that. I'm available for the store, the maximum size is 6, and it's unique. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Juan. Next we have James Hutchinson, Hyperlift. Welcome, James.
Hello, I'm James Hutchinson. I'm founder and CEO at Hyperlift. At Hyperlift, we're building a next generation elevator. So by 2050, it's estimated that 6.5 billion people will live in cities. Okay? That's nearly double what current numbers are. Okay? So this rapid urbanization is resulting in unsustainable urban sprawl, causing serious negative environmental impact. Our solution to urban sprawl is reducing the built environment footprint through sustainable vertical expansion. Introducing Hyperlift, the first fully autonomous self-propelled elevator cab, a next generation elevator for the next generation of tall buildings. So unlike traditional elevators that use hoist ropes to raise and lower the cab, Hyperlift cabs are self-propelled by an onboard dynamic tractive drive. This drive allows Hyperlift cabs to travel, multiple Hyperlift cabs to travel independently in an elevator shaft. By doing so, we're able to increase the amount of throughput in the system. Hyperlift cabs are also untethered. So untethered by hoist ropes, they're able to travel non-stop to virtually any height. So no need for skylines. And hyperlift cabs are not bound to single shafts. Using transfer stations, they're able to transfer horizontally from shaft to shaft, allowing cabs to navigate autonomously throughout the building in multiple shafts. So our target market, or SAM, is a $26 billion market. That's the basically smart elevator market. These are elevators that you would find in super tall buildings and so forth. So using a bottom-up estimate, we're confident that we can capture at least a $2 billion market segment of that. So I've got over 30 years in the elevator business. I've assembled a fantastic team of engineers and advisors that have the synergy and the combined skill sets to see our mission through. So with regards to traction, we filed U.S. and international patents. We successfully constructed a proof of concept prototype using SBIR Phase 2 funding. It's pictured there on the left. And we've also been awarded a Phase 2, so we're using that funding to build a full-scale prototype. And we're also raising a $1 million pre-seed round in addition to that funding.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Okay, our next contestant is Fareed Ismailiadzada.
Hi everybody. I want you all to pay attention to how you are sitting right now and your posture. Because I'm going to talk to you about posture today if my presentation will open up. So if you're always on your phone,
Can I ask, you have a video?
Do you have a video? No.
No? Okay, I thought I had enough here.
There's just a PowerPoint. It's not fine.
Okay, that's it.
Yes. So, especially the ones who are constantly on the phone, can touch this part of your body. You might have actually a little bit hatch there. And that will cause a lot of pains in the future. I'm not talking about the back pain and other things. People have been trying to fix this problem using technology. There are a lot of apps that have been downloading, and there's this Israeli startup called Upright. People would be using it to put it on there, and it would vibrate when you're slouching. I would like to talk to you about actually Dia. What makes Dia great? It's a mobile app as well as a wearable that I'm holding in my hand right now. What does it do? First of all, you take our app, you give it to somebody who takes your picture from front, side, and the back. After the pictures, AI analyzes your posture and can identify one of 6 posture problems. We're not talking about serious ones, we're talking about, light sclerosis, can be rounded shoulders, that kind of a posture problems. And then it gives you workouts that you should do in order to fix your posture. When you wear this wearable, it's very easy. You put it under your clothes and it stays there with adhesives on it. It can be for whole day. It will vibrate when you're in the wrong posture. You can identify 1 out of 6 different posture problems and create your habit to be conscious about your posture and hold it correctly. We already tested it. It works. Market size is quite big. I don't want to spend too much. The difference between, you would see a lot of braces, don't buy them. They're actually bad for your posture. They loosen your muscles. Stay away from them. We did an Indiegogo campaign, so we know how much it cost us to sell one of it. It's $8. And actually, we're going to sell this through affiliates. We're working with chiropractors and physiotherapists. So we don't consider it as a medical device, but it's also not a toy. So it will be sold, not B2C mostly, but through affiliate sales. It's $149, and then it is $6 per month. But one good thing, it's a wear and share model, which means that if one family member buys it, they can actually use it for everybody in the family, and especially good for the kids. We can also sell it in bulk to corporations for their wellness programs. And we also have this thing, 249 version of LIA Pro, which is for doctors because they want to track their patients, how good they are doing, the exercises and stuff like that that's given to them. It is not a joke. You can make actually $6-7 million revenue if you sell 100,000 of it. Just for you to know, the competition made 1 million sales in 1 year. We are a team. I myself did 3 exits, and this is our advisors. Basically, we're raising 1 million with 6 million valuation, and I believe we can be sold to Fitbit or other guys in the future. Thank you so much.
Excellent, Fareed. Welcome. Pekka Pamanan. Welcome, Pekka.
Hey, thanks for hanging out here. I know it's late, and I think I'm the second last, so let's see. So my name is Pekka Pernanen. I'm with Birds Motorcycles. All right, the future of motorcycles is here, and it's not only electric, it's also something else. We launched at CES this year earlier, and it was phenomenal. We were one of the highlights of the show, and that's pretty good for a transportation company startup, right? So let me tell you why. So this is what all the motorcycles look like. They still following the 100 years old architecture. So you have the motor in the bottom, and then you have gas tank on top of it, or if it's electric, then you have batteries on top of the motor, right? So think about putting 200 pounds of batteries on top of the motor. So it brings the center of gravity really up. It's not nice to ride. But also there is a structural heating problems. Well, we solved that. So we reinvented the wheel. So the motor is actually in the back wheel. It's the rim, it looks like a donut, the back wheel. Because of that, we were able to put the batteries where the motor usually is. And that provides us a lot more batteries, and we can optimize the batteries, right? So that produced also the most powerful electric motorcycle that there is. Insane torque, 1,200 Newton meters, 0 to 60, 2.5 seconds. The range, 233 miles, and you can charge it in 25 minutes. Pretty much the same that you would charge your Tesla. So there's a great team behind this, right? And this is how we make it happen. So the founders have background in transportation and software. We have guys, Alan built factories for Toyota, GM, and McLaren. Hayden, his last job was with Rivian. Mark, our CFO, took Aston Martin public. And the guy that you see the TBA over there, well, he built retail and retail strategies for companies like Apple and Tesla. So the motorcycle market is growing. 2030, it will be over 200 billion, and 30% of that will be electric motorcycles. We concentrate in the high end, the bigger motorcycles, and that's where the market is in North America and Europe. So what we're looking for people to join the team, technology partnerships, investors to make this happen. But also, if you happen to have an empty building, I'm looking for the US manufacturer here in the Bay Area. Thank you.
And now we have Rohan Basad.
Well, something I had to get this spot, right? Thank you so much, appreciate it. Well, I represent as a founder and chief operating officer of Snack Point of Sale Solution. What we have created is a fintech solution, and it's powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning. So a quick background about me. I come from the tech industry. I represent a company which is by the name of Internet Soft. We are a software consulting company. 15 years into consulting business, I've consulted Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 300 clients, and my specialization is into fintech, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So I teamed up with my business partner. Since I come from a technology background, my business partner comes from a merchant service industry, which is credit card processing, and this industry has been growing year on year. So we teamed up together and we created this fantastic solution, which is the snack POS. So we both, went through the same problems. Our problems were, POS agents were losing business with Toast. Toast is one of the biggest competitors out there in this industry, and that's a multi-billion-dollar giant actually. So there is no superior point-of-sale solution or processor-agnostic solution out in the industry. The hardware which is available in this industry is extremely expensive, and the solutions are extremely complicated. So what we decided is we took this into consideration and we said let's offer some sort of solution. So we are currently on a mission. Our mission is to empower the restaurant businesses. We want to empower the ISO community which has been promoting this industry. We want to influence the global merchant credit card processing industry, and we want to be a digital bank. So yes, you heard this right. We definitely want to be a digital bank. That's our vision. If you notice, restaurant has been the largest industry in the US, and not just in the United States, it has been a big industry globally as well. So the TAM of this industry is $997 billion, and it's all because of online ordering and easy accessibility of food. And it's just going to grow. We have 15.5 million employees in the US, 1.4 trillion, that's how big this industry is going to be. So in order to offer some sort of solution, we came up with this stunning solution. We came up with Station, very similar to Square POS. It comes up with a printer. We also have a demo available, so we can definitely demo the station to you. We came up with a technology like kitchen display, very similar to McDonald's, to operate on fast basis. We came up with online ordering solution, which is stunning because every merchant out there, every restaurant owner out there is looking out for online ordering, and they want a website as well. We came up with pay at the table solution, which is going to be available for faster processing of orders. And then we came up with third-party online ordering because most of these solutions are available there, like Grubhub, Uber Eats, everything has to be accessible into the point-of-sale solution. The most amazing part what differentiates us is kiosk as a solution. So we came up with kiosk as a solution. Our revenue model is we generate revenue through 5 different sources. Our primary revenue comes through credit card processing. We are already in the news, we are thriving, and we have already won hearts on the trade shows. We have created some sort of benchmark. Our deal is we have self-funded this company with $1.8 million, and we want to raise in about $3 million. And what differentiates us is we don't have any debt into the company. We have a complete AI and ML innovation, and our state of art is pretty unique actually, what we have created. So we are a passionate team, and we look forward that you could join us in our journey. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Thank you.